an excuse, you can ask the others.
In fairness, he was signed on very early, but he had to go because his computer was about to die, so he needed to sign on again.
It was going to forcibly restart. I had no choice in the matter. It's happening to everybody right now.
You're right on time. It's 6. I've adapted to this. I have like my whole arrangement, the way it works, and
you'll have to bring it to Chambers when we go back to live. Right. Okay, let me pull up my script here real quick and we'll get going.
Before we get started, we have somebody joining the call at a 581-9337 number. Can you please give us your name so I can register you for the meeting?
Sandra Ireland.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and rename you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, Sarah, is there any reason I shouldn't just go ahead and call us to order?
Nope. You may go ahead and do so.
Very good. So banging the virtual gavel. Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Boulder City Council for June 2nd, 2020. And could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph. Oh, she's there. Nagel.
Great. So we left off talking about
Sweatlick.
Here.
Wallach.
Sam, Mark chats with me that he's having difficult getting audio. He can see everybody in here, but he doesn't have audio. Mark, you may need to come back into the meeting just in case it's an issue with the platform.
How to avoid piercing a corporate veil. Any volunteers for some recap of what
Somebody's not muted. If you could please mute yourself.
Okay, so I believe we were on Wallach and he's present, obviously.
Okay. Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
And Young. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you very much. And so I would like to see if we can amend the agenda, please. We would like to add enforcement briefing under item 1A immediately after the COVID public health briefing. And then we'd like to remove item 5C, the public hearing for dockless bike share licensing. And we will have that at a future time. And then we will launch into the meeting. So if I could have a motion to amend the agenda, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. So we have a motion and a second to amend the agenda. Is there any objection to doing so? Hearing none, we will say that the motion to amend the agenda passes unanimously. So before we move on to our COVID briefing, which is going to be coming up next, I want to begin our meeting by recognizing the pain, the sadness, and the anger that's being experienced by many in our community, our state, and our entire country right now. The unjustified and heinous killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis was the spark for nationwide protests against racism and injustice, but it is not the root cause for the anger and the sadness that all of us are experiencing. Those root causes are longstanding and they're deeply embedded in our institutions, including the institutions we have here in Boulder. Our work in city government is to acknowledge these injustices, to recognize and speak out against racism, and to deconstruct the inherent racial bias which is in our local government. We do not want to see more deaths linked to racism, such as the killing of George Floyd, the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, the killing of Breonna Taylor, the killing of Eric Garner, the killing of Tony McDade, the killing of Michael Brown, and many, many other people of color, too numerous to name. The work that we have to do before us is difficult work, and it takes effort and focus to be able to do it, but it is work that we must do. I want to call out to the people who came to the demonstrations on Friday and Saturday to vent their rage, their anger, their deep sense of the injustice that has happened to many people in our country. I attended these two events, and I have to say that the people who were there were being very respectful of each other. They were protecting each other from the virus, which we were contending with. There were masks on almost every person. There was consciousness of social distancing being done, and the protesters were organized, and they were respectful of the setting that they were working in, while still speaking their truth for all of us to hear. I also want to say thank you to our police department and the officers who help provide traffic control to protect the rights of the demonstrators to civilly go wherever they wanted to go and to speak the words that we needed to hear. So I'll turn to other council members and invite any thoughts that you all might have on the situation we find ourselves in. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have the hand raised up yet. Let me get that up. Thank you very much for your patience. So next I've got, I apologize just for one moment. So next I've got Bob and Mary and Aaron.
Well, thanks, Sam. I couldn't have said it much better than you did, so I won't say much more. This was a horrible, horrible tragedy. It's absolutely unacceptable what happened in Minneapolis and all the other cities that you mentioned, Sam. And of course, unfortunately, that list is quite a bit longer. We could be here all night listing the number of people of color who have been victims of inappropriate violence at the hands of the very people who we expect to protect us and enforce our laws. And while we probably can't change the world here from Boulder, Colorado, we can certainly make sure that what we do here in Boulder is right and appropriate and equitable. And we had our own problems last year. Fortunately, there was not extreme violence as we saw in Minneapolis, but it was still behavior that I think most of us would find outside of the scope of what's appropriate. And I'm proud of the fact that the City Council last October worked with the community to develop an oversight arrangement, which is being put in place. I think we're going to hear a little bit more about that tonight and perhaps next week, but that continues apace. It's one of our highest priorities. And we want to make sure that we do everything in our power to ensure that what happened in Minneapolis and all these cities around the country over the past months and years never, ever happens here in Boulder.
Thank you, Bob. I've got Mary, Aaron, Rachel, and Adam. Mary?
I'm going to quote Michelle Obama because she said it so well. Race and racism is a reality that so many of us grow up learning just to deal with. But if we ever hope to move past it, it can't just be on people of color to deal with it. It's up to all of us, Black, white, everyone, no matter how well-meaning we think we might be, to do the honest, uncomfortable work of rooting it out. It starts with self-examination and listening to those whose lives are different from our own. And I felt compelled to say that because as these protests were happening, my feeling was that I think it's great that everybody is protesting, but this process is also practice. You don't go at the end of a protest and feel better that you protested. You have to actually do something, and it begins with you. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mary. I've got Rachel and then Adam. You, Aaron.
I think I might be cutting Aaron, but I can go now if that's okay.
You bet. Aaron disappeared, so we'll do it. Rachel, Adam,
Sorry, Aaron, I'm not meaning
Aaron.
to cut you. So I want to say thank you for bringing this up, Sam. I think it's good that we will be getting an update on the police oversight work next week, but oversight is just one of the many steps we need to change as part of criminal justice reform. Sam just mentioned the pain and suffering people are experiencing right now due to police brutality and racism. So it's not enough for us, people who have the power to act, to just stand in solidarity or express sorrow or talk about these issues. We have to use our power to enact changes. In light of the current events and the new awareness of how direly how dire our criminal justice reform needs are, I hope that CAC can budget in time next week to include discussion of whether we would like to broaden our focus to see where Boulder can do more to ensure our systems are one of compassion and equal justice. For those who always want me to be more specific, I will point to 2 examples of things we could do. One would be demilitarization of our police force, and the second would be reducing use of force. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Adam and then Aaron.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention there was a quote at last Saturday's rally that really struck me and I think is important, and it's that one of the young men who was speaking at the protest, he said that being an ally has to come at a cost. It's absolutely not free to be an ally. And that means, you know, being in uncomfortable situations, having uncomfortable conversations struck me, especially as a city council member. So it really made me reflect on what that means and what it's going to take to make some major change. And I fully agree with Rachel. I think we need to take some steps beyond what we currently have planned to try and make sure we're acting as equitably as possible when it comes to social justice. Thank you for everyone who showed up to the rallies as well. I thought that was a really meaningful moment for our city and one we need to continue to work on. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for Sam for bringing this up and for everything everyone has said. I also agree that the rally on Saturday was a meaningful and significant event. And Adam, I appreciate you bringing up that quote from that young man. I also was moved by that as well. And, you know, for right now, I just want to say I stand in solidarity with the folks out there across the country who have been out protesting for justice for George Floyd and standing up strong for the fact that Black Lives Matter. So very appreciative of everyone out there who's doing the work in a peaceful way while still expressing their anger and the total unacceptability of how things are working here. But I want to agree with Rachel and Adam that you know, we have to continue to take concrete steps. So I'm glad that we're moving forward on the Police Oversight Task Force, but we do need to look at other ways that we can keep combating the systemic racism in our society and where it's found here in our own community. So thank you.
Great. Well, that's the last of the hands I see. So thanks to council members for being present at this weekend's events and for speaking up about what we should be doing about it and thinking about. Jane, I'll turn it over to you now.
Apologize for having to unmute. So thank you all for those great statements. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate that our city council was one of the first councils to make a statement on Friday about our deep concern about all of this and our efforts to stand in solidarity. But more than that, as many of you said, to take action and change the way we operate and the way the system operates. So we've got work to do. We're going to be ready to do that. So the first item on our agenda tonight will be the health briefing from Jeff Zayak. And I'm hopeful that Jeff is on the line. There he is. Hi, Jeff. And can take it away. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Always good to be back. I'm going to keep my update pretty focused tonight to just jump right to the numbers. And I want to share with you the last 3 slides I have. I will go over some of the data that was just presented by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, because I think it's important to take a look at what they're looking at as we're headed into the months ahead. So you can go ahead to the next slide. So this is, again, our 5-day average number of new cases. And as you can see, we continue on a very positive downward trend for cases. This is great news for us. We definitely reached our peak around the 29th, and we are holding those cases down. And this is even in the advent of, and you can go to the next slide for this, of increased testing that we're seeing. So this is all very positive for Boulder County. It just goes, again, to demonstrate the work that we've all done as a community. It really does, as I've said before, come down to each and every one of us. And when we do follow social distancing requirements, when we are putting on masks, it really does help to make sure that we are not spreading the disease. So I just want to say thanks to all of those folks who were tuned in tonight. Next slide. I put these 3 slides on one, and not to have you look at every single one, but this is what I have been reporting on a weekly basis: number of adult critical ventilators that are available, number of medical surgical beds available, and the number of ICU beds available that we track on a weekly basis. And then we meet with our hospitals and make sure that what we're seeing is accurate. And again, all positive trends. The only little bit of a downward trend is the number of medical and surgical beds available. And it's a very slow downward trend. But as you'll see in the next slide, it is not due to, and you can go to the next slide. It is definitely not due to COVID hospitalization. So we know, based on elective surgeries that are being done now, and that we do have patients coming back in, some for trauma, which is good. I think you heard Dr. Vissers talk about before, people were shying away from hospitalizations for a while, and we don't want that to happen. We want people to get treated when they need to be treated, and that is the only reason that other trend that I was showing you is a little bit of a downward trend. It is not due to COVID cases. As a matter of fact, I'm pleased to present to you that as of 3 o'clock today, we did receive a notice from BCH that they have no positive or probable cases in the hospital at all that are COVID-19. So that's some great news. Again, this trend is demonstrating the great work that our communities have done, and I know that's come with a lot of sacrifice. So I just want to, again, just let people know my appreciation of how much time, effort, and seriousness they put into this. And the next 3 slides, and you can go to the next one, are going to be the slides from the Colorado Department of Public Health. So I want to just highlight these. This was the data that was used, a portion of the data that was used when CDPHE just made some of the decisions on the order that they just refined. And I wanted to talk about this first one because what you see in the slide on the left is prior to May 22nd, very steep decline in the hospitalizations, and then a little bit slower now, tapering off after the 22nd. So about a week's worth of data beyond that slide on the left is what you see on the right. And you're starting to see a little bit more of a tapering, and we want to make sure that we're watching that as we move forward into the months ahead. Next slide. So this is that effective reproductive number, is what you've heard me refer to in previous council meetings as R0. So just as a reminder, when we were moving in to the stay-at-home order, we were around an R0 or a reproductive number of about 3. That means that for every person that is positive with the disease, they would spread that disease to 3 other people. Those 3 would spread it to 9 others. Those 9 would spread it to 27, and so on and so forth. And because of the work that's been done over the last couple months, we've kept the number now below 1, which is exactly where we want the number. Because if you are spreading it to less than 1 person, then that means that the disease is being controlled at the time. And what we're seeing in the last couple weeks, almost the last month actually now, close to the last month, is a little bit of an uptick in that R0 number. And just as a reminder, the average time to a hospitalization is 13 days. But it can be longer than that. So the incubation period when somebody is exposed can be a total of up to 14 days by the time they get tested. And then they find out if they have the disease or not. And then if they are serious enough to end up in the hospital, that could be a significant delay for some people, but most hospitalizations occur within the first 13 days. So you have to remember that what we're seeing on here, the reason that 5/14 is the latest date is because that's the date, the last date that they have that period of when somebody would have showed up in the hospital based on that incubation period. So we are wanting to make sure that we're paying attention to where that R0 number is. And as the state moves into this next phase, and if you go to this last slide, I'll talk you through where we were before, where we are now, and why we want to be watching carefully going forward. So as a reminder, when we were at stay at home, that social distancing number that where it's a 65, 55, 45, and then a 55 to 45. That's the social distancing level that currently exists, or there are different scenarios of what could currently exist. When we were at safer at home, we were at a 75 to 80% social distancing level. And as we moved to safer at home, that dropped to around 65% of social distancing. And what that represents are three different scenarios. And I'm just going to walk us through each of these scenarios because you're going to see pretty quickly that there are where you get your biggest return on investment is in that middle graph, and I'll talk about why. The first scenario that's on the left, it says all populations at the same level of social distancing. That means that people across the board, everybody's following social distancing at the same level. And at a 65% level, if everybody's following social distancing at that level across all populations, you see that bottom white line, which stays below the dotted line and is the total capacity of our hospital system. And at a 65% level, if everybody was maintaining social distancing at that same scenario, we stay below a surge. As soon as you drop to 55%, that line goes pretty significantly up. And you can see that that's part of the reason why, as the state is trying to predict how much can we open restaurants, what exactly is that going to do? We're opening up other things, camping as an example, some other things like that, really trying to be thoughtful and careful about what gets opened and how quickly so that we don't move over that surge capacity. In the middle scenario, and this is really where the return on investment comes. And it's somewhat obvious because we know that our older populations, and when I say older populations, the way the state is defining this is 65 plus, that they have the highest hospitalization rate and highest subsequent fatality rate associated with this disease. So if all of our older populations are social distancing at 80%, which is again consistent with where we were at stay at home, then and we're at the 65% scenario for the rest of the population, you can see that we're well below the surge line. We're even below the surge line at a 55% social distancing level because the majority of the people that might be exposed to that to the virus would not end up in the hospital in numbers that were significant enough to surge us. So that middle scenario has the greatest return on investment. It's why the messaging that we're using is consistent with trying to make sure that if folks are older and they have underlying health conditions, to try to make sure that they are doing as much as they can from home, that they are maintaining for sure the social distancing, wearing masks, but we really don't want our older population to contract this disease. And then the last scenario is half of the older population is at a 80% social distancing, and you can even see with half of that population social distancing at that level and half not, that at that 55% scenario, it does bump up above that surge threshold around the September to early November timeframe. So that is why the state is being cautious and thoughtful about wanting to really make sure that they're looking at full sets of data before they loosen other things up at this point. Even though our numbers in Boulder County are looking really positive, I think the state's taking an appropriate approach with really thinking carefully about what does the data look like when we move to something like restaurants or start to loosen up other orders. So with that, I will stop there. I wanted to keep it pretty concise, so if there's questions that I had time to answer those.
Great. I have a question here from Bob and other council members. If you have questions, now's a good time for that.
Jeff, thanks for coming back and thanks for this presentation. That was very, very helpful and great news with Boulder Community Hospital and the fact they've now reached 0 COVID patients. I think that's a great milestone. Hopefully we maintain that. Just one question, Jeff. In one of your earlier slides, you showed daily testing rates. And I think that in a previous presentation, it was either you or Dr. Vissers said that our aspiration was to get to the point where we were doing 500 tests a day. And that would be consistent with, I think, a CDC guideline of 152 tests per 100,000 population. It looked to me from your slide that we're kind of hovering, it varies from day to day, but we're kind of averaging about 200-ish. Some days looked like it was down to 100, some days it was 300, but it looked to me like over the past 3 or 4 weeks, we'd have been averaging about 200, so well below that 500 goal. Can you speak a little bit about that, whether our goal is still 500 and if so, what we need to do to get there?
And the good news is that, and that goal of 500 was built on that Harvard model. As you know, we talked about that. But we have been advertising those test sites, and we don't have people waiting in line saying they're not able to get symptomatic testing done. So this is a positive thing. We are going to start to open up testing to asymptomatic individuals who were associated with positives. So that was our next highest level. So I think you heard Dr. Urbina say it's going to be a little bit before we can get to that, but we feel like we have been able to deal with and test all the folks who are symptomatic. We've been checking in with our community testing sites on a weekly basis. They are feeling confident with that at this point as well. We do have the testing supplies available, so we'll be doing some marketing and outreach to make sure that we are looking at both continuing to communicate that if people are symptomatic, they can go to any of those sites, and to also message that if we have people who've been exposed to somebody who's positive but is still in an asymptomatic stage, that we will start reaching out to them and doing testing on them. That's like that next level again, and it helps us assure and prevent that somebody who has potentially been exposed is actually getting tests to confirm that versus waiting that incubation period to see if they become infectious or not.
Thanks, Jeff. That was helpful.
Great. Rachel?
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff, for your presentation. I had 2 questions. First, I read just before our meeting started that anyone, I think Jared Polis put out on Facebook maybe, that anybody who had attended a protest should get tested. Is that true in Boulder? Or do you know? Are we advising people locally if they went to one of the protests that we were just talking about?
So that is not a part of our testing criteria at this point, so I'll need to follow up on that to validate if that could be done in Boulder or not. But right now we are only testing symptomatic people or asymptomatic people associated with somebody who is positive. So if follow up, Rachel, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, just let us know, because it was it seemed like it was going out to anybody in the state who had gone to a protest should get tested. But it was right before this meeting. And I'm sorry about the dog barking.
Rachel, do you mind if I just follow up on that real quick?
Go ahead. Yeah,
well, and just Jeff, as you look into that, I do feel, as Sam mentioned, I did see pretty high levels of social distancing and mask wearing at the Boulder event, whereas I think maybe some of the other events in Denver have been a little more tightly packed. So.
Dang that, good follow-up point, Aaron. And then my second question, Jeff, is We're going to talk in a bit about enforcement and whether that's something that we should be looking at for people who aren't wearing masks. Are there, just looking at outdoors, more versus less dangerous things? Like if you're sitting in a group of 10 people tightly in, is that better or worse than, say, jogging past somebody on a trail? Are we even worried about people outside not wearing masks, given that our numbers are so low? I'm just trying to piece together. We've got the orders saying wear masks. We've got a lot of people who are outside not complying. So just wanted to get your take on whether some things are more dangerous or whether outdoors just isn't looking dangerous at all.
Thank you. That's a great question, Rachel. And definitely outside is a lower risk than indoors. So I'm going to give you a couple different scenarios. You're walking past somebody on the sidewalk, as an example. They're not wearing a mask. You are, or both of you aren't wearing masks. There's very little risk in those scenarios. The highest scenarios for risk are going to be indoors, where you're spending more than 15 minutes in close, it used to be 10, CDC just changed this guidance, but now it's more than 15 minutes in close proximity, which means within 6 foot of social distancing to somebody else. So if you think about a trail issue, where we do know that if people are exercising, they exhale more vigorously than they do if they're not exercising. But if you're just passing somebody on the trail, you're going to have a relatively low risk. That doesn't mean you shouldn't wear a mask. The best way to prevent the spread of that disease is a combination of social distancing and mask wearing. I didn't include one of the slides from CDPHE that they presented during their update, but one of those is about the effectiveness of masks, and wearing masks does reduce the spread of those large droplets, and we know it can make a difference. So even though the risk of just passing somebody is going to be low outside comparative to somebody spending time indoors, we still want people to social distance and to mask in all those scenarios.
And what about like what we saw at the creek, where people were just sitting for minutes or hours near each other, but outdoors?
Yeah, if it's outdoors, it's going to be, you know, I couldn't tell you that. I looked at those pictures myself, obviously, and I couldn't tell you that we know that that is going to result in X number of cases because that happened. What would likely happen is if people do become ill associated with that event, they may not show symptoms in that population, but they could still transmit those symptoms to somebody who is more affected in an older population. As you know, from the numbers that we've talked about, that's the population that's most at risk. We don't have any associated outbreaks, I can tell you that at this point, outside of a potential probable case of somebody who was outdoors in a yoga with yoga instructor in a yoga class. That's the only potential case that we know of, and I'm sorry about that phone ringing in the background, but that's the only potential case that we are aware of associated with any kind of outdoor activity at this point. So we haven't seen outbreaks from the Creek Fest. Doesn't mean that people didn't spread it and they're asymptomatic, but we don't have any associated outdoor outbreaks outside of that probable that's with that yoga class.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I see no further questions. So Jane, I'm going to turn back to you. I believe that you have a few things teed up for us.
Yeah, thank you. First, I do want to thank Jeff again for being here. The council's made the decision that we'll invite Jeff to be our lovely guest at the first meeting of every month. So the next time that Jeff will be here, unless something goes terribly wrong, will be July 7th. So we look forward to hearing that things are even better on July 7th. Then next is the COVID response. And what we wanted to do is address the thing that Rachel brought up last week, which is the issues of enforcement. And so Chief Maris Harold is here with a PowerPoint to discuss those issues. So Chief Harold.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Before I get into the enforcement aspect of the public health orders, I realize that the vast majority of you don't know me personally, don't know my background. And in light of the recent tragic death of Mr. Floyd, I thought it was extremely important for you to know a little bit about my background, my vision for the Boulder Police Department moving forward. And I just want to make sure that I'm consistent that I condemn the incident in Minneapolis. And I think it's very important that you know my background a little bit. So if you would afford me just 1 minute to kind of tell you a little bit about myself. So the bulk of my career, the majority of my career was spent in police reform. And this was after several police intervention shootings in Cincinnati, and actually 14 Black men died at the hands of Cincinnati police over a number of years. That resulted in serious litigation against the city. But out of that came unbelievable reform efforts that are still talked about internationally. And I've most certainly visited a lot of the cities across the country and helped them through police reform in my background. And the work that we did in Cincinnati is truly remarkable. And I was a part of that, and I'm very proud of that. I also did work at the University of Cincinnati after another shooting death of an unarmed Black man that resulted in voluntary reform efforts. And I'm very proud of the work that we did there as well. And so if you could go to the next slide, please. I want to give you just a snapshot of what I am passionate about, what I have done in the city, the university, and also help places like Ferguson and other locations across the country get to. So when I'm talking about this platform, I want you to know that it speaks to becoming a model agency. It speaks to risk mitigation, and it speaks to, probably most importantly, is the police department taking a preventative stance and posture instead of a reactionary stance and posture. So let me just go through these because this will be my roadmap moving forward. Use of force. There is new models on use of force that are coming from across the pond in Europe, and my background with this, we were the first to implement the critical decision-making model at the University of Cincinnati and the first to have studied this on a broad scale. So I'll be bringing this to Boulder, and there's already processes in place to ensure this training and this new way of looking at use of force occurs here in Boulder. In addition, the Boulder Police Department has to strengthen its policies and procedures on all policies and procedures that are at risk. So in other words, use of force, citizens complaint. I've already started a process to ensure that we have model policies in these very risky policy and procedure locations. Pedestrian traffic stops, we need a much more robust system to gather and understand who we're stopping, why we're stopping, behaviors associated with this. So we have to move forward with understanding our data on a much greater scale. I've already started dialogue with Dr. Benson, who I believe will get us to that. Boulder Police Department does have a model policy when we're talking about mental health concerns, and they have partnered and co-respond with mental health experts. But I think this program can be enhanced. I have a roadmap to get us there as well. So I'm confident that we'll enhance that and make that a model policy as well. Recruiting, hiring, promotion, and retention. I can't speak more passionately about really being on the cutting edge of getting diverse perspectives and diverse officers into the police department. I did it at the university. There's no doubt we will do it here. And I already have work being done in these areas to ensure that happens at a local level. Training. This has to be one of the most robust sections of a police department if you want true police reform. So we have mechanisms in place to make this not a part-time situation in Boulder PD, but a full-time with a full training staff that will bring model training concepts to Boulder PD. Accountability mechanisms, the city manager is going to talk about the monitor, but this is most certainly one aspect of police reform. The other one that we have to get to is having an early warning system within our police department so frontline supervisors can gauge at-risk employees, mitigate that, intervene, and either train, coach, counsel, or remove the person that is at high risk. I am probably most passionate about crime strategy because unfortunately, in police departments across the country, it is probably the most overlooked police reform effort that a police department can engage in. And so everything that we must do is understanding our data, working with the community to develop ethical and effective policing strategies. And so I have always relied on problem-oriented policing to get us there. And I think that is the most ethical policing strategy available anywhere in the world. And Boulder PD will engage in this preventative understanding of our own data systems. The next two kind of run hand in hand in tandem, equipment and technology. Equipment is so important for police reform because police officers have to have numerous options before they engage in hand-to-hand use of force situations. And so we are actively looking at our options there, but I'm confident that we will be considered a model agency as far as equipment. Technology. Boulder Police Department is probably, this is the biggest hurdle to overcome, is our technology platform. To be a 21st century policing agency, you have to have a strong technology platform. I am working with Dr. Benson in the city manager's office to improve our technology platform, but I've been there before. We will get to all of the integration of our systems to understand exactly what's occurring at a micro level and a macro level. This feeds into data and records management. We are probably about 15 years behind on this, but there is no doubt within the next year, we will get these systems up and integrated together. And then finally, I talked about this last time, is the CALIA accreditation, which is simply an outside commission of experts that come into your agency and do a top to bottom review of everything that I've talked about today and accredit the agency moving forward to say that you are a good police department, that the foundation of your police department is good and that you're using model policies. So this is a quick snapshot of everything that I'm passionate about, everything that I worked on in my background. I have done it in 2 police agencies. I want you to know that I have been meeting with police officers day and night. And what is really impressive is this police department has a tremendous amount of capacity to do good policing. There is no doubt that we have the talent to make this agency a model agency. And I want you to know that, and I want you to know a little bit about my background. So you understand my passion for police reform. You understand that I have the skills to get us there and that I will work diligently to make sure Boulder Police Department is considered a model agency, not only nationally, but internationally. And so I think at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the city manager, and she is going to go over some oversight updates.
So
Thank you, Harold.
Jane, before you jump in, I just wanted to point out Aaron has his hand up, and so does Junie. Aaron, do you have a question?
I do. Yeah, Chief Harold, thank you so much for that. It's extremely promising. Appreciate the information about your background and look very much forward to these steps that you're going to be working on. Just one question about policies and procedures. I had a member of the community asking if there's public visibility on the current police policies and procedures. Do we have public-facing documents on those?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure if it's on our website, but obviously one of the first principles in police reform is making everything transparent. And so if they're not there, we can make them available. I feel it's important that all the policies and procedures are transparent to everybody. The caveat to that is there needs to be some heavy lifting on a few of these policies and procedures to make them model policies. So as long as we're all on the same page, most certainly it's better for the community to know those policies and procedures.
Great, thanks. So maybe we can follow up offline. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Great, and I've got Junie now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. This is the first time using the city computer, and I've been having trouble earlier, and I wasn't able to comment. And when some of our council members were talking about our current situation, and I think this is the right moment to express some of, it's very difficult. It's been a very difficult last week. As a Black woman, in Boulder and also in the United States, or just as a human being, it's very hard to see what happened between the officer and Mr. Floyd. And I think, reflecting on what happened has been very difficult. And I am one of those people, I tried to do my best in the way that I react or in the way that I approach situations. But I have to say it was very hard to watch as a sister, as a woman with 5 younger brothers who are Black and living in America. And I just wanted to say, when I look at the narratives of what's been happening, it's been very hard. It's been very painful, no matter what color you are. And that's the hard part of it, is that we have all kinds of people who are going out there and protesting. Even I went to the protest as well in Boulder, and I saw all my community members of all colors out there supporting one another. And that was very uplifting. But there is also another aspect to what's been happening. There is also a polarization that we all have to be very careful about. Because in our community, and I have to remind some people that even as a Black woman, even as a Black person, we do need police officers. We need them to police the street. We need them to protect citizens. We need them to help us out when we are in hard time. So we have to be careful not to, even when we are emotional, which we all are, which I am, but we can't make it Black versus blue, and we cannot make it blue against Black. We have to work together as a community. So I really appreciate the fact that you mentioned that the way you talked about protecting the community and also being a model, which gives me hope. It gives me a lot of hope, seeing everything that's been happening around the country, and to know that I'm part of a community, I'm part of a group of people who are willing to work on what is hard and make it better. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. We're going to get a lot of criticism, but we're not going to stop working. And we are there for you. And I know that, we need to get away from the idea that, the thing about it, police officers are our cousins, they are neighbors, they are our friends, they are our brothers, and so are Black people. So we have to work together. It has to be a work that we have to do hand in hand. So to me, when I was hearing you, I really appreciate the fact that you talk about securing and protecting and promoting the rights of all. And that's what it is about. That's what a community is. And after 400 years of slavery, Black people are not going anywhere. And we've received emails that say, let's defund the police. The police department is not going anywhere. It's here to stay. It's here to stay because we need police officers to protect us and to promote our rights as citizens. So I'm really appreciative of everything that you said. And I appreciate the passion of a lot of our community members. And I appreciate the fact that you mentioned, I welcome the opportunity for reform because we need it. The soul of the country is crying and we need it. And we have to work on this together. And another thing, as I am very hopeful, and I think to go back to what Aaron mentioned, and I was thinking to myself, part of what led us to this point we are today with the George Floyd case is that this particular officer had so many complaints, and there were no special review, I suppose. And I am requesting, eventually, as you look into these different mechanisms for reform and promoting and protecting people's rights, to look into special mechanism for review of officers that have way too many complaints, and also look at how many complaints is too many as well, and how egregious. And I'm sorry I've taken so long, but I just wanted to express how I was feeling.
Thank you, Junie. That was beautiful and much appreciated.
Thanks, Junie. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Thank you, Junie, because you led right into the piece that I wanted to add to this conversation. So over the last few days, we have gotten a few emails from local residents that are asking what we are doing with regard to police oversight. And as council well knows, but many in the community don't, we've been working on this for quite a while. And last fall, the council passed an ordinance putting in place the idea that we are going to have a police monitor. And so our implementation committee has been formed from people that were part of the police oversight committee originally, and they're working on a number of guidance documents. And most importantly, they will be participating, some of those community members, in interviews that will be occurring later this week for our first round of candidates for the outside auditor position. And so we are an independent monitor, I guess. So we're really moving forward on this. We are scheduled to come back to council in September with an updated ordinance that will put even more protections in place. So the city of Boulder has definitely been working on this, and we are ready to go. One other thing that I wanted to say is that, of course, next week we will be presenting much more information on this to council during the study sessions so that you can ask many questions of Amy Kane and others who've been working on it. And then finally, I want to thank the city council, because one of the people that Chief Harold has been relying on is Dr. Lee Benson. Dr. Benson is a city employee, and she was hired because council authorized the city to hire a data analyst to support the police department. We knew that this was needed, and we asked council for it, and council approved that. So this has become a very crucial position and a real ally for Chief Harold and the police department as we work on our data collecting and data analysis. So thanks to council for that. That's my piece of it. I'm looking forward to June 9th, where you'll hear more about police oversight. And let me turn it back to Chief Harold, who is now going to address the questions that Councilmember Friend brought up.
Thanks, Jane. But if I could, can you hear me all right? If I could just thank Junie for your comments, because your comments give me hope, and much appreciated. Next slide. So public health order violations call by week. We now have a little bit over 10 weeks of data. And again, we talked the last time I was talking about this issue, we had that huge spike when the weather broke. But as you can see, I think this data is very consistent with what Jeff just produced, is that we are on a down spike as far as calls for service for public health order violations by week. Next slide. So in this time frame, we have issued 23 written warnings and 29 citation issues, and you can see how these break out. The majority of the citations issued were in conjunction with criminal charges, and 5 were strictly for the public health emergency order violation, and you can see the locations where those were written. Next slide, please. Again, this is no surprise. I showed this map. It hasn't changed in density. We talked a little bit about that 80-20 principle, and I can't give you a better example of this, is that these 3 reporting areas are contributing to 81% of the calls for service for public health order violations. And so to me, when I look at data sets like this, what jumps out is intervention points that we can all look at to provide some intervention in this very important work. Next slide. So again, this is just another way to look at that 80-20 principle, but here are the most recent specific locations that we receive from the community about public health order violations. I don't think this is surprising to any of us, but these are the locations. And if I was deploying the community or an ambassador program, these are the locations that I'd want to start with, because we would really get to the overall 80% of our concerns from the community. Next slide. And so this would be my recommendation. Deputy Chief Johnson has been working on this program since our last meeting, and we'll be ready to roll out this Volunteer Safety Ambassadors June 15th. Obviously with this, because we have to train in de-escalation techniques, safety training for the volunteers. We have to draft handouts, outreach materials. And, you know, I think that we have a good deployment strategy based on the data that Dr. Benson was able to get for us in our calls for service. So I think from a deployment strategy, we're ready to roll out to at least mitigate the majority of the calls for service moving forward, because I do think that we'll be trying to get cooperation on this ordinance for at least a couple more months, maybe more. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you have, and that's where we are currently.
Great, thank you, Chief. I have Bob and Rachel. Bob, go ahead.
Chief, that was a great presentation. Always loved the data, so thank you so much for the heat map and the numbers. Keep those coming, please. This is a very data-driven council, so I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I love the ambassador program that CJ is putting together. I think that's fantastic. Here's a question, either for Jane or for the chief. I know that Sam was able to procure about 4,800 masks through a program that provided free masks to mayors around the country. And I'm going to guess that now that masks are readily available, there may be other opportunities to procure inexpensive or maybe even free masks. I'm wondering if, as part of the ambassador program, Chief, that you're putting together, if we could also have these ambassadors have, you know, on hand with them, you know, a few dozen masks in a pouch. And if someone made a mistake and they showed up at a park or someplace without a mask, whether those could be handed out. I know that we may not be able to be ubiquitous and hand out a mask to every single person in town, but if someone made an honest mistake and they forgot a mask, rather than sending them home, I wonder if we could simply hand out a mask.
Yes. That's part of the ambassador program, so I'm glad you brought that up. We'll have educational materials and masks, and so if I can, anybody that can give us masks, I'll take them for the program, and hopefully we get voluntary compliance.
Great, thanks, Jane. Do you have any comments or thoughts on that, Jane?
The only thing I would add is that our engagement team has been working with people around the community who are sewing masks and handing them out to members of the community. So we've had this program in place for a number of weeks. And so we already are doing that. So I appreciate the fact that the ambassadors will have the ability to have masks and hand those out.
Great, thanks so much.
Great, thank you, Bob. Rachel?
Yep. Thank you, Chief Harold. I have just two questions. I was under the impression that we were sort of strictly on education, and I think I noticed that you had given out some citations or sort of moved into some enforcement. So I wanted to clarify, have we given out citations for health order violations?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I thought we were strictly education, so that's helpful to know. And then for the volunteer safety ambassadors, how many, sorry if I missed this, but how many do you expect to have? Like how many would be out on any given day at various locations?
I'm hoping to have a robust team. I'm hoping to have more than 10 so we can deploy in partners. My strategy would include having a little bit of training with a police radio so that ambassadors could call. All those details are being worked out. Obviously, the safety of the ambassadors is really important. As you can see, across the country, people are losing their temper and bad things are happening. So I'm hoping that we pair at least 2 up. I'd prefer 4 to be at these locations at any given time. But obviously, I can't be everywhere, all of these locations. I'm hoping to hit, you know, the ones that we have repeat calls for service at.
And would it be helpful if we volunteered, or is that a silly idea?
And I'll take any volunteer that I can get, because it is, in my estimation, it's vitally important that we keep the compliance on a voluntary compliance. And I think the more community support we have on that, the better it'll work out in the long end.
And where can people go to get information if they want to volunteer?
We can just call us, call me, send me an email, and I'll hook you up with Deputy Chief Johnson, who will put you into a training.
Well, Thank you. I meant like, were we putting something out to the community, like anybody who's watching this? Is there something we could just put a link somewhere?
Yeah, I'll make sure that Curtis provides some type of link.
Okay, cool. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
And thank you, Chief. Thank you, Rachel. Jane, anything else? Or actually, I guess I should turn to council and say, we've had a couple of discussions about this on and off. I feel like we're pretty well in hand as far as the balance between enforcement and education, the ambassador program that the chief has explained to us. So I think we should be in a position where we can watch and monitor for a while just to see how compliance is. How would the rest of council like to proceed on this issue? Rachel?
Thanks for asking. In light of Jeff Zayak's information that numbers are so low right now and we're not getting outdoor transmission, that seems fine to me. I think it would be good for us to be proactive and have a discussion of if numbers start going above the R0.1 or whatever the golden number is, how do we want to roll out enforcement in that situation, indoors, outdoors, in ensuring that we're doing it in a way that is non-discriminatory and not targeting vulnerable members of our population, such as people who are unhoused. So I do think it would be good before the, what hits the fan, if we do have a discussion of how we could do that compassionately and safely. Doesn't need to be tonight, but I think it would be good to get out in front of that at some point.
Aaron, Mark?
Yeah, I agree, Sam. I think we're good. I think this update was very helpful. So I really appreciate, Chief, you letting us know about that. The Safety Ambassador program sounds really good. And the fact that we are doing some targeted enforcement, is appropriate. But yeah, so I think we're on a good course. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mark?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize for the technical difficulties speaking to you on my phone. Two things. First, I wanted to commend Junie for her comments. I thought they were eloquent and very appropriate and spoke to the moment. With respect to what we're doing with enforcement, I think I'm prepared to go along with a data-driven wait-and-see policy. Let's see how this works out. Let's see what kind of results we're getting and what kind of behaviors we're getting, and we can adjust as we need to. That's it.
Okay, perfect. So I've got no more hands up. I'm going to summarize and say that it sounds like we are watching the numbers. Sounds like we are making progress both in case rate in Boulder, our understanding of transmission, both outdoors and indoors, and with standing up a program to assist members of our community with masks if they need them, as well as advice about how to behave in public. So I think it sounds like mostly we're there. If we see some kind of troubling aspects coming, or if CAC or others decide we need to take a look at this, maybe we could take it up again either after break or if we see something in the meantime. But other than that, it sounds like we're on a good course. Thank you, Chief and Jane, for the updates. That's very helpful. And with that, I think we can move on to the rest of the agenda unless there are other folks who want to speak here. Okay, seeing none, I think we have a couple of declarations that we're looking to do next. And as I look down my list here, I think the first one is Gun Violence Prevention Awareness Declaration, and that will be presented by Councilmember Friend. Rachel?
Okay, yes, it is my honor to present this as a gun violence prevention activist myself. So National Gun Violence Awareness Day is June 5th, 2020. Every day, more than 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, and on average, there are more than 13,000 gun homicides every year. Americans are 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. Cities across the nation are working to end this senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. Protecting public safety in Boulder is the council's highest responsibility. Support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. Council and law enforcement officers know their communities best and are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. The pandemic facing America has drastically impacted communities and individuals sheltering in place, which may result in situations where access to firearms results in increased risk in intimate partner violence gun deaths, suicide by gun, and unintentional shootings. In January 2013, Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who marched in the presidential inaugural parade, was tragically shot and killed just weeks later, and she should now be celebrating her 23rd birthday. To help honor Hadia and the more than 100 Americans whose lives are cut short every day, and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated June 5th, 2020, the first Friday in June, as the 6th National Gun Violence Awareness Day. The idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. By wearing orange on June 5th, residents will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. We renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. The City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares that June 5th, 2020 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and we encourage all residents to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor the value of human lives. And with that, I think and I hope that we have Nicole Leah Bratton on the line to say a few words in acceptance of that declaration. Let's see how. Yeah, hi. Hi, Nicole. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank all of City Council for their support in recognizing National Gun Violence Awareness Day, the first Friday in June. Boulder has been supportive for the last 3 consecutive years that we've been advocating for this and promoting it within our community. And I'm going to echo some of the things that Rachel said. Gun violence doesn't stop because of coronavirus and the situation that we find ourselves in, and neither does the movement to stop the violence. Moms Demand Action and our partner organization of domestic violence, unintentional shootings of children, and death by gun suicide. City gun violence is continuing too, but now with many violence intervention workers limited to what they can do in their communities. So just as gun violence disproportionately impacts Black and Brown communities, so does coronavirus. So there is not a public health crisis in the United States that is not made worse by systemic racism and inequality. We are dedicated to working together to make the country safer for all people. As we have been working to flatten the curve of coronavirus, our gun violence prevention advocates have also been organizing to stop gun violence and keep families safe during this time. And for anyone who wants to get involved, I just wanted to point out this weekend, as we wear orange, it looks a little different than it has in years past with social distancing, but we are soldiering on and honoring our Wear Orange efforts. And there are a number of virtual events happening across the country that you can join at wearorange.org. Or you can go to momsdemandaction.org for more information about our organization. And we're encouraging everybody to wear orange this weekend and do a small act of kindness, because even a small act can go a long way. Many of our volunteers are doing kindness rock gardens. So I hope that you'll see some of those posted to social media. And again, just thank you for honoring the 100 daily victims of gun violence across our country by utilizing your voice with this proclamation. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Nicole. I'll be wearing
Thank
orange.
you, Nicole. Thank you, Rachel. And then next we have a Pride Month declaration, which will be presented by Councilmember Yates.
I'm going to take this off. Jane mentioned that people are making masks. My wife's made over 100 masks, including a whole bunch of these rainbow ones. So if any council member wants a rainbow flag for Pride Month, let me know. So I'm going to lower this so I can read the declaration. During the month of June, residents of the city of Boulder are encouraged to honor the history, diversity, and the resilience of the LGBTQ communities. Boulder has a diverse LGBTQ community that includes people of many ethnicities, religions, and professions. Diversity is a community asset that enhances and enriches the lives of all community members. The fight for dignity and equality for LGBTQ people is reflected in the tireless dedication of advocates and allies who strive to make this a more inclusive society. Despite the need to stay apart from each other to address the COVID pandemic, we remain in this together as a community, working towards a better future. Boulder honors its commitment to the promotion and protection of the human rights of the LGBTQ residents. And let me add here, for all of our residents. The City of Boulder and the City Council of Boulder, Colorado, therefore declared June 2020 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month. And we urge all residents to respect and honor all of our diverse community and to celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance. Like Nicole and Rachel mentioned, the celebration of Pride Month and other celebrations during June have taken a different turn. And so I wanted to mention a couple of opportunities for people to celebrate Pride Month during the month of June. First of all, had we been meeting in the municipal building as we typically did before COVID, we would have all walked past a rainbow flag proudly flying at the very top of our flagpole outside the municipal building. I want to thank Taylor Raymond, who's our assistant, for making sure that that flag got up in time for Pride Month. Second, starting later this week, you'll begin to see rainbow flags covering buildings downtown. Downtown merchants, as they did last year, have been very generous in flying and showing rainbow flags in restaurants and salons and offices and retail shops to show that they support our LGBTQ community and embrace them and welcome them. And that is thanks to the generosity and support of the Downtown Boulder Partnership and Out Boulder County. If individuals in our community would like to have a small rainbow flag to fly in their own yard, you can get a free rainbow flag at the Downtown Boulder Library. The Downtown Boulder Library is actually doing curbside book pickup, but you don't have to check out a book to get a free flag. The hours that the Downtown Library is open outside is 10 to 4 every day except for Sunday and Wednesday, and 1 to 7 on Wednesdays. And I want to thank David Farnham, our library director, and the Library Foundation for procuring those small flags and for distributing them to anyone who wants to pick one up. I want to thank Bill Cowan, our Director of Transportation, for touching up the 3 rainbow crosswalks. Bill had 3 of our crosswalks downtown, including that big crosswalk at Pearl and Broadway, painted with rainbow colors a year ago now. And through time, those have faded. And so Bill and his team got out there about a week ago and touched those up, and they look brilliant. Speaking of painting on the street, Bill and his team and our contractor, who does a lot of our painting for us, have agreed that they will paint a large rainbow flag at our newly vacated 10th and Pearl intersection. Our intersection at Pearl and 10th is now a pedestrian intersection because we've closed everything west of 11th and Pearl to 9th. And so it occurred to a bunch of us that it would be a really great time to paint a rainbow flag right smack in the middle of the street. So expect towards the end of the week to see a ginormous rainbow flag painted on the street there. And that'll, of course, remain on the street even if we reopen the street to traffic. Matt Chizansky and his team are working on some additional Pride art that'll be downtown. So stay tuned on that. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but watch for some really cool art that celebrates our gay community downtown, thanks to Matt and his team. And then finally, I'd encourage council members to participate in the Out Boulder virtual garden party. Every year there's a garden party. This year it's going to be online. It's Sunday, June 7th at 4 o'clock, and it lasts about an hour. And you can go to Boulder County's website to register for that garden party. So lots of celebrations. They're virtual, but they still are meaningful. Thanks.
Great. Well, thank you for that, Bob. And unless there are things I'm missing, I believe that we're on to open comment now. Is that right, Debbie?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. So open comment, everyone will get 2 minutes to speak. We have 14 speakers signed up. I think one has withdrawn. So we will start with Allie Catherine Wild, and Charlotte Pitts and Duncan Gilchrist. So Allie Catherine,
I'll just need a minute to bring each person online. So give me a moment, please, if you don't mind. Sure. And Chris, do you want to pull up the timer? Okay, Allie, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Allie Catherine. Hopefully you can see that. It's Allie Catherine with no space. I am a Boulder resident. I live at 3rd and Pearl in Glen Willow. This is the first time I've been able to sit while speaking with the council. I'm really happy that I can sit and speak. I did not come for a virtual hug for pride. I did not come here to spark understanding that will serve those with unanswered moral outrage. I'm here because the process to get a reasonable accommodation at Boulder Housing Partners is not accessible. Yes, that's right. Some access to accessibility is not accessible. In fact, it's extremely difficult to get good information how to successfully request a reasonable accommodation through Boulder Housing Partners. In fact, right now, my Boulder Housing Partners unit is full of chemicals from a renovation. Cabinets, flooring, and other architectural features are off-gassing. These chemicals compromise my respiratory system and nervous system. Chemicals may be in the unit for 6 months, a year, who knows? I'm not the only one suffering from chemical sensitivity who finds the effects of dwelling in the renovated unit detrimental, harmful. Writing a reasonable accommodation to address this concern yields feedback, but no true path to access housing. You got that? No true path to access safe housing. This means I'm assigned to a residence in which I cannot breathe. Boulder Housing Partners 504 committee, its reasonable accommodation committee, seems to serve the system instead of the residents. I ask, please make the process of getting a reasonable accommodation accessible so residents can navigate to safe, affordable housing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Allie Catherine. Next, we have Charlotte Pitts, followed by Duncan Gilchrist and Eric Budd.
Charlotte, you're live.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
All right, I'm here this evening as a member of the Bedrooms Are for People campaign. When discussing whether to alleviate the challenges facing petition gatherers during this crisis, council members have raised concerns about whether the substance of the current campaigns relate to pressing issues facing the city. This argument is objectionable, and I want to actually challenge the premise that our campaign does not address urgent housing issues facing the city right now. And I, of course, want to recognize my privilege as a white woman, and I do not want to come off as capitalizing on the pain that our Black and brown neighbors are experiencing right now. I merely want to offer commentary on how the city can become a more equitable and inclusive place. And I sincerely believe that modest changes to the residential occupancy limits can address concerns raised by the COVID-induced economic recession, as well as the protests for racial justice that we are seeing right now. So to illustrate how our strict occupancy limits supports social exclusion and stratification, I'm going to read a segment from a master's thesis for the Department of Urban Planning at MIT, and I'm happy to share this with anyone who wants to read it. Occupancy codes, particularly relationship-based standards, contribute to racist, classist, sexist, and other forms of social hierarchies and exclusion. The codes are united in both being influenced by and perpetuating social norms, biases, and power discrepancies. Occupancy codes have always been and continue to be engaged with religious, racialized, classist, sexist, and ableist ideals and realities in ways that are mutually constitutive. These codes offer and reinforce advantages enjoyed by more privileged groups, but ignore low-income people who may live together in order to help each other with services such as childcare or other tasks. Such codes could be particularly damaging to low-income families and individuals in times of economic recession. So the Bedrooms Are for People initiative would unlock thousands of empty bedrooms hiding in plain sight. And as city council members, I hope you recognize your responsibility to consider how these seemingly small issues play into larger narratives of racial and economic justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Next, we have Duncan Gilchrist, Eric Budd, and Jim Morris.
Duncan, you're live.
Great, thanks so much. And thank you so much to City Council for just all of your leadership in the times that we are in right now. So today I want to try to address two conversations that are happening in our community right now that appear to be separate, but which actually overlap. One conversation is about the future of our electricity system. This conversation has been sparked by the city and Excel sort of approaching negotiations. And the other conversation is about systemic racism and how we might combat it. This conversation has been sparked by the most recent tragic deaths of Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd. But these two conversations about the future of our electricity system and about systemic racism are not entirely separate. And here's where they overlap. Two words: energy justice. Compared to non-African Americans, African Americans disproportionately face the threat of utility shutoffs and health risks from power plant pollution. Low-income neighborhoods and communities of color tend to have lower quality housing stock, which tends to be more energy inefficient, driving up heating and cooling costs. African Americans spend a higher proportion of their income on heating and electricity compared to other racial groups. These are just a few of the facts that illustrate the reality of energy injustice in our country. As we debate about what the future of Boulder's electricity system should look like, we need to take these facts into consideration. As Mayor Weaver said earlier, racism is deeply embedded within our institutions. In order to ensure that the externalities of our energy system do not fall disproportionately on the backs of people of color, we would benefit from having local decision-making power over questions like, how much should people have to pay for electricity? Where should our electricity be produced? How might we reinvest electricity dollars in our community? To summarize, I am fearful that a settlement with Excel would minimize the ability of our community to ensure that energy justice is a defining feature of our future electricity system. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Duncan. We next have Eric Budd, Jim Morris, and Kristen Nordback. Eric, you're up.
Eric, you're live.
Hi, my name is Eric Budd with Bedrooms Are for People. We are working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. You can join our list to sign our physical petition at bedroomsareforpeople.com. I want to talk more about housing insecurity in Boulder and how it drastically affects working low and middle class income people, middle income people in Boulder. Here's an excerpt from EFA, the Emergency Family Assistance Association, their position paper on housing insecurity. The issue of housing, and in particular housing security, is important to address because if we do not successfully address housing security as a community, we will not be able to attain family housing. Housing security also helps create and retain diverse community that brings broad economic and cultural opportunity to all people, something we especially need in Boulder. Here's some cost information from the 2018 Boulder County Trends Report. A self-sufficiency wage is what a person would need to earn to cover the bare minimum: housing, transportation, food, healthcare, taxes, and childcare. In Boulder County in 2018, the self-sufficiency wage for a single person was $30,639. You can, in theory, survive in Boulder County for $30,000 a year if you're single, have no children, no responsibilities, and can find a place to rent for $1,100. It's a quote from Claire Levy, the current candidate for Boulder County Commissioner. But in the city of Boulder, the problem is worse, where housing costs are higher than the rest of the county. And in most of Boulder, it's currently illegal for more than 3 unrelated people to live together. That means limited options to share resources on housing, transportation, utilities, and food. It's illegal no matter how big the house is, how old or young the residents are, or if the house is owner occupied. Boulder City Council, please support our measure for common sense occupancy reform and help us get on the ballot for November. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Jim Morris, Krista Nordbeck, and Leslie Glustrom. Jim?
Jim, you're live.
Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Boulder has made an incredible investment in efforts to municipal its electric utility. Since 2010, we've spent $2 to $3 million a year, or a total of about $23 million, all voter approved. In contrast, Excel took home $23 million in profit just last year, and it has profited millions each previous year. The city has won many of its necessary cases. We are super close to getting our own electric utility. Now's the time to keep going. To stop now, our progress would be short-sighted. We would not be setting an example. We would not realize the investment that we've put in. Creating and implementing municipalization will create good local high-paying jobs, and we'll get sales and use tax. Then there's that $23 million in profit that just goes to Minneapolis. That money would have a multiplier effect if it were spent here in Boulder or in Colorado. Please continue the municipalization efforts in our current budget. Be farsighted. We need the muni to help recover from the economic downfall. Do not give in to Excel. Also, Excel is harming us. It's like they harm our health. They produce nitrogen oxide by burning natural gas. That causes ozone. They burn coal, which releases mercury and CO2. They're still planning on doing this. They haven't been a good company. They used to belong to ALEC. They were fined $80 million for fake trading to boost their prices. They're just not trustworthy. Please continue the efforts. You've been wonderful on so many issues over the years. Like Boulder was one of the first places in trying to ban smoking in the workplace and trying to save old growth forests. I've been involved in a lot of these issues, and I want to keep seeing us protecting health and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Krista Nordbeck, Leslie Glustrom, and Lynn Siegel. Krista, you're up.
Krista, you're live.
Hi, this is Krista Nordbeck, 777 Delwood Avenue in Boulder. I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People, and I've been out collecting signatures, talking to the public, telling them about our ballot issue and others, and meeting many who have been negatively impacted by the current occupancy law. The current law restricting unrelated residents to no more than 3 unrelated people, or in some cases 4, puts people in a difficult situation. People may not be aware of the law when they move in. Some may find it hard to believe that such a restrictive law could even exist. One person flat out said we were lying because they couldn't believe that such a law was real. But when a neighbor complains and code enforcement is called, the reality of the law becomes horrifyingly real to residents who must either go into hiding or suddenly find a new place to live. It's on behalf of the many in Boulder who either live in ignorance or fear of this law, having no other way to afford living in our city, that I am going far out of my comfort zone and risking potential public health impacts to collect signatures. This is urgent. People are living in fear now. And why does Boulder require bedrooms to be left unoccupied when we have a housing emergency? Simply changing this law, as we propose, would not only remove the need for current residents to live in fear or marry someone for convenience to avoid eviction, it would create additional affordable housing without costing citizens a cent or building additional structures. Using our existing housing stock efficiently is also a plus for the environment because it requires no new construction and results in more efficient energy use. Please put the Bedrooms Are for People ballot initiative on the ballot now so that no one else need risk their health to sign a paper petition, and we can let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Leslie Glustrom, Lynn Siegel, and Mark Gelband. Leslie?
You're live, Leslie. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And council, thank you so much. I always appreciate your leadership, but this has been such a sad and difficult time with the virus, with the police violence, with furloughs at the city. And we did get some really good news, I think, about the declining cases in Boulder County. And I really appreciate the leadership the council and the staff have shown on all of that. So I do want to bring some kind of interesting and hopeful news, and I'll send you the email tomorrow so you can read it, you know, when you're not so tired. Some of you may know that the city of Fountain, south of Colorado Springs, just signed an agreement with Guzman. They had been a customer of MEAN, Municipal Energy Agency in Nebraska. Then they switched to Xcel, and they thought that was a great switch. And Guzman came in and said, listen, we can so beat Xcel. We know you're tied into Xcel till 2028, but we're going to pay you $12.2 million over the next 8 years because we want your business in 2028, and we can lower your rates and increase your renewable percentage. So there goes City of Fountain, what they call footloose and fancy free. They're a municipal electric utility, so very exciting. Then I'd also like to comment on a couple of other matters. Patrick Murphy, as you know, has spoken, you know, for months at City Council. His slogan, "End the Muni, let real carbon reduction now." The implication of that is so false. We've had a 26% per capita reduction in carbon so far, a 48% reduction in GNP. And then the whole concept of wrapping all these complex issues up into a pejorative adjective, you know, the naughty list. It's very Trumpian. I would hope that Patrick would, you know, clean up his act. But if he doesn't, I hope that the City Council and the people that are listening, we just don't need more Trumpian tactics in Boulder. And it's time to really call that out. So I want to thank you for all that.
Thank you, Leslie. Lynn Siegel, then Mark Gelband, and Patrick Murphy. Lynn, you're up.
Lynn, you're live. You need to unmute, please.
Trying to. I think it's long overdue that we have texting within city departments and between the public and it's archaic. It's as archaic as having an occupancy limit. A lot of time, I mean, what do people use text for? Quick, easy communications, and that cannot be done. For example, I've been working with the city since April 16th to get a simple question answered and a simple way of using a product they have to look in the neighborhood and see how many ADUs are in my radius. April 16th, multiple times that I've communicated and have not gotten any help, basically. And still, even after the other day when I got some more information, but not what I asked for. It's simple communication. And the communication also needs to be through the video. People will not know each other in the future if you don't have video. It's so archaic that the city of Boulder has no video. Everything I look at all over the world has video.
Lynn, your voice has gotten very faint. I suggest you maybe move a little closer to your computer.
Okay. Right. I wanted to bring up that spelling.
So Lynn, this is Sam. We can't hear you. You need to either put the phone up closer or get closer to your microphone.
I'm right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It's very touchy. But so, yeah, sorry, give me a little bit here, but
So once you finish your last sentence,
that have been happening since February are not okay. And I don't approve of us continuing moving forward at all with any discussions. There's been 10 years. I don't care what. This is an investor-owned utility. There's nothing that can be done with them. And we're wasting a lot of public funds right now on that. And I don't want my tax dollars spent that way.
Thank you, Lynn. So we have Mark Gelban, Patrick Murphy, and Rebecca Davies. Mark?
Mark, you're live.
One sec. So at a time when the city is cutting budget and furloughing people, I'd like to know how much of the $38.7 million budget that our police department gets, including this year $360,000 for a new bomb truck, because that's exactly what Boulder needs, is a $360,000 bomb truck parading the streets. What cuts are happening at the police? There are 280 plus FTE at the police department, and only 14 officers live in the city. That's around 5%. Imagine that. 95% of our police are not even of this community, and this ties in directly to what Boulder bedrooms are for people are talking about. And as the father of two biracial kids that I raised here in Boulder and a longtime observer of council, I'm skeptical of the talk that I hear about racial justice and structural changes to racial inequities, because the data at the police department shows that there's radical structural problems with racial profiling. And you guys say that you're data-driven. I also have issues with the fact that many seated councilors have said absolutely nothing about the fact that the city concluded no racial slur equaled no racial profiling in the Zaid Atkinson case. I also know I've witnessed you all not open your mouths when person after person comes up there, white person after white person, and mentions neighborhood character without any recognition of the structural racist origins of that character, or quote NIWAT to justify keeping other people out when we're all on the land where his ancestors were slaughtered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We have Patrick Murphy, Rebecca Davies, and Sean Rupp.
Patrick, you're live.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. And the Muni is ready to hand in over 2,374 signatures. You need to know that signature collection was banned for 34 days out of the 90 we were allowed to collect signatures. We were banned by stay-at-home orders from the city, county, and state from May 24th to April 26th. We collected over 71% of the required signatures, and yet were permitted only 62% of the properly allowed time. I repeat, we collected 71% of the required signatures and were only allowed 62% of the 90 days. It's clear we would have gotten all the required signatures if we had those missing 34 days. This is a pandemic, and you need to recalibrate the success criteria for petitions. As Tom Carr stated, you can't legally change the target value of 3,336, and you can't legally change the deadline from June 5th. What you can do is change your mind, and that's legal. And the Muni has every right to be on the ballot. And past elections have made it clear that about half of Boulder would like to end the Muni, and all of Boulder should have the right to vote on that option. The ongoing negotiations with Excel have no bearing on the clear right for End the Muni to be on the ballot, and here's why. Early in the Muni process, we negotiated an offer where Excel would dedicate a wind farm to Boulder's electric usage that would cover 80%. Did we get to vote on that possible off-ramp? No. In 2017, we had 2 negotiated options. Were we allowed to vote on those possible off-ramps? No. The history of failure to allow us to vote is clear. Let us vote. Let democracy breathe. And Leslie, learn how to be as critical of the Muni as you are of Excel. Propaganda is not a good Way to be.
Thank you, Patrick. Rebecca Davies and Sean Rupp. Rebecca, you're up.
Rebecca, you're live.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Davies, and I recently joined the Bedrooms Are for People campaign to overturn Boulder's discriminatory occupancy limits. I've been very impressed by the joint effort between our campaign, the End the Muni campaign, and the No Eviction Without Representation campaign to help each other collect signatures during this very challenging time. Collecting signatures during a pandemic requires dedication, accepting personal risk, elaborate sanitation protocols, and an extraordinary investment of time, given that what we need most, large groups of people to sign our petitions, are forbidden for clear public health reasons. What isn't clear is why Boulder City Council insists petitioners and voters must risk their health through in-person signature collection to advance ballot initiatives this year. In my brief time working on the campaign, I have already had a supporter decline to sign when they learned that I would have to be there in person. I don't blame them. My own father is seriously immune compromised and cannot engage in the level of contact required to sign a petition amid COVID-19. And as Jeff Zayek noted earlier in this meeting, it remains critically important for vulnerable populations to stay home and for everyone to socially distance as much as possible. 2 weeks ago, Tom Carr told you that City Council can't change the charter to reduce the number of signatures required. We are not asking you to change the charter. We are asking you, as a City Council, to recognize the extraordinary work that has gone into all 3 campaigns to collect more than 6,000 cumulative signatures since the stay-at-home order ended by putting these initiatives on the ballot yourselves, which you have the power to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And we close with Sean Rupp.
Hi, my name is Sean Rupp with Bedrooms Are for People, and we are working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits. I support increasing the occupancy limits in Boulder for many reasons, but the most compelling reason for me is that Boulder needs to take steps to implement housing reform to address past and ongoing racial injustice. In his 2017 book, The Color of Law, Richard Rothstein details the many ways in which, quote, the government and private industry came together to create a system of residential segregation. Whether or not you think that Boulder's housing policies are or have been racially motivated, it's clear to see that they have contributed to racial inequity. With about 1% of Boulder residents identifying as Black or African American, and only about 1/4% identifying as American Indian or Alaskan Native. In the words of Ibram Kendi, the author of How to Be Anti-Racist, quote, a racist policy is any measure that produces or sustains racial inequity between racial groups. An anti-racist policy is any measure that produces or sustains racial equity between racial groups. He argues that there is no such thing as not racist because policies which are not actively confronting racial inequities are allowing them to persist. Housing policies such as occupancy limits and exclusionary zoning may not have explicit racial motivations. However, these policies are contributing to vast racial inequities in our community. By maintaining the status quo and not confronting the effects of our housing policies, we are maintaining racist policies. Increasing the occupancy limits is one small but meaningful step that Boulder can and should take to make our city more equitable and just for all. I urge everyone who agrees to add your name to sign our petition at bedroomsareforpeople.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And with that, we will close open comment and turn to staff. Jane, do you have any feedback?
No, I don't. Thank you.
And Tom?
I do not. Thank you.
Great. In that case, I will turn to council and see if there are any questions or responses related to open comment. I have Rachel's hand up.
Hi. I just wanted to say I kind of liked Lynn's idea about texting. It is a convenient, modern way to communicate. I have found it hard to communicate with planning department. Like you're only allowed to email back and forth. I think you can't call. So I think it is worth us. It would be worth us taking the time to see if we can do a little bit of better customer service if we could implement texting. I like it.
Okay, I got Bob Yates.
Thanks. I just want to observe that a few of the commentators tonight mentioned the discussions ongoing with Excel Communications. I just want to observe that later in the meeting tonight, Sarah Huntley will be presenting on the process for public engagement. So those who want to participate in the public engagement will have several sessions over the course of the month of June. I think the first one's actually this Friday. And so stay tuned for that from Sarah a little later in the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Bob. I see no other hands up. So with that, I think we will close the open comment entirely. And I think then, Debbie, we move on to the consent agenda. Is that right?
Yeah, tonight on the consent agenda, you have items A through D.
Very good. So I'll turn to council either for comments, questions, or a motion on the consent agenda.
So Sam, we did have a presentation on the item regarding the second adjustment to, or the adjustment to base second reading.
That would be great.
Cheryl, are you or Cara doing that?
Jane, this is Cheryl. I apologize, but we were under the impression that there was no presentation tonight on that had been changed. So
okay.
Not prepared. I apologize.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
It's okay. Turn back to council. Aaron, I see your hand up.
I wanted to thank the finance department for reaching out to me after our last meeting and checking in with me about my request for more information on the adjustment to base. And we got a fair amount more information. There was a helpful description of every single line item, which I really appreciated. Given these times of financial difficulty, I thought it was important to have that additional information. But it all looked great to me, so I'll go ahead and move that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Great, and let me ask a question here. We have an amendment to item 3C.
Oh, with the amendment as submitted this afternoon by city staff.
Agreed.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Does anyone object to passing the consent agenda? Seeing no objections, there's unanimous approval of the consent agenda. Okay, so next is call-up check-in. I don't believe we have any call-up items tonight, so we'd be on the public hearing. Is that right, Debbie?
Yes, your public hearing tonight is to consider and analyze the staff recommended request for amendments to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan as part of the 2020 midterm update.
Great. So Jane, I assume you're going to take this?
I'm actually going to turn it over to Jean Gatza. Jean.
Great, thank you, Jane. Good evening, members of council and the mayor. I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about the 2020 midterm update to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. I'd like to just acknowledge my county counterparts with our jointly adopted comprehensive plan. Abby Shannon and those three are here as well. Okay. Chris, can we move to the next slide, or do I have?
Jean, I have passed control to you, but if it doesn't work, just tell me next slide.
Okay. I am not seeing a way to advance. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is on the screening process. Okay, let's go back. We can go back to number 2, please. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to focus on the screening process to identify which amendments to the comprehensive plan meet the criteria to move ahead and which amendments we have resources to undertake at this time. The purpose of tonight's meeting is not to approve changes. Our agenda tonight I'll have a brief staff presentation, take clarifying questions from the council, and then we'll have the public hearing. We have several applicants who have made requests for changes to the comprehensive plan. We'll go through those speakers first. They'll have 5 minutes and then open for general public comment. And then there's council deliberations and discussions. We have some recommended motions to move forward in the process. Next slide, please. Purposes of the midterm update, and I'd like to just refresh folks that we did have a conversation about initiating the midterm update and the initial scope last December, reviewed the update process and confirmed that council direction for a really streamlined process and scope to complete this update this year. Key aspects of the key aspects of the midterm update are really about the public request process, minor policy additions and clarifications, and that this is not a time to consider major policy changes to the comprehensive plan. Just to refresh you on the process for consideration of changes with the comprehensive plan, these were adjusted a little bit in the last update, is that the planning board and the city council, so our city approval bodies, approve the land use changes in area 1 and area 2 with a call-up potential to our county commissioners for area 2 parcels over 5 acres. Any changes to area 3 is by all 4 bodies, and we're interpreting the screening process as the same as the approval bodies for these processes. Our city bodies will complete the screening with the potential call-up to the commissioners for area 2 parcels that are over 5 acres. I have just one other point of process that may help you with consideration of some of the changes that we're not recommending moving forward at this time, is that there can be map-only amendments in conjunction with a rezoning or an area process at any time, and that can happen between now and the 2025 update, should there be a completed planning process providing direction for those changes. Okay, now we're on slide 4. So the purpose of the screening process, as I mentioned, not to approve the changes, but to just know which of the changes should move forward for more analysis. The proposed amendments, our city and county staff team made these recommendations together for consistency with current comp plan policies, available resources to evaluate changes, and compatibility with adjacent land uses. We've recommended the correction of errors that can be easily identified that would help people, and several proposals that have merit that are based on the potential to further comprehensive planning goals. There are several of these that really do have relationship to furthering comprehensive planning goals, but due to limited staff capacity to complete the planning analysis and community process, we've not recommended several of these to move forward. There are some that we'd like to learn a little bit more about and engage neighborhoods to get input, and we think we can complete those within the existing work plan. I also just like to say that the midterm update's anticipated scope and schedule was limited from the onset, but with the COVID crisis and the reductions to staffing, we have an even more limited capacity. Also, I think it's really important that we recognize that this time may not be the most appropriate for projects that have the potential to be very controversial in the community, and we recognize the need to keep some of this work moving ahead, but taking on projects that could be difficult for the community members when their attention is really on health and economic pressure. Next slide, please. Public application process was open from the end of January to early March. We received 13 different applications for a range of different type of amendments. Of these, the city and county staff are recommending 3 that move forward for further analysis. 2 of these, number 2 and number 5, really correct some errors and clarifications in land use and can be assessed with limited resources. And the other one, number 7, for the South Broadway application, is to really further explore that feasibility for land use changes. The planning board unanimously supported the staff recommended amendments for further consideration. So next, I would like to walk through the list of each of the public applications. But before I do that, I'd just like to ask if the council members have any questions about process.
Yeah, I see Aaron's hand up.
Yeah, Jean, so I just want, if you would like you to clarify, so you're saying we're not approving anything tonight, but we are denying things, right, if we turn them down. So like an approval isn't final, it's about moving things forward for further consideration. But if something does not make it through tonight, that's a final decision to not consider it. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then further, so the City Council and Planning Board are both approval bodies for these changes, which means that if Planning Board said no to an application, the City Council doesn't really have the ability to say yes, right? Because any application has to be approved by both City Council and Planning Board in order to move forward. Is that right?
That is correct. And with the screening process, you know, we really wanted to check in with both the City Council and Planning Board. Aaron, you probably remember, I think we've had some times where if Planning Board isn't interested in further considering a particular amendment, sometimes Council has been interested and they've asked the board to put that back on. So that's why we're looking at the full list and want to just make sure that the Council has an opportunity to understand all of these different types of amendments that are proposed by the community.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I just wanted to clarify that if we liked one that Planning Board said no to, we don't have the ability to just say yes. We could request that they look at it again, but we could not overrule them.
Well, ultimately, both of you have to approve final changes. So the screening process is really to focus the attention and evaluation on potential changes that both of the approval bodies would be interested in approving when we get to that stage.
Right. So both bodies have to approve something in order for it to move forward. Good. All right. Thank you. Just want to clarify those things.
Okay, great. Thank you, Aaron. And I have no other hands up. So, Gina, I think you're good to keep moving.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so the first, there we go. Our public application number 1 is for the East Ridge neighborhood. We are not recommending this move forward at this time. The request is to change from low density to medium density residential. This is a really interesting single family neighborhood between 28th and 30th Streets, just north of Colorado Boulevard. Over the years, there have been other requests to consider changing the land use in this area. And while areas around this sort of single family enclave have changed over the past decade, there's been a lot of redevelopment, especially to the south along 28th Street. And the neighborhood has faced changes in ownership and rental status. It's not been the city's practice to facilitate increased density in established residential areas without a planning process to assess those impacts, benefits, and regulatory measures needed to ensure that the redevelopment would be appropriate for the area and the evolution would occur in a way that is positive for community character. We acknowledge the goal of finding ways to add affordability and housing opportunities is a key to the comprehensive plan, and there is policy direction to support this concept. But we think that furthering this concept, we need to have a planning process that would require staff resources and a community process that's not programmed in the current work plan. Public application number 2, 1590 Hillside Road. We are recommending this move forward. It's a correction to where there's some public land use designations that are applied incorrectly. We also recommend including several parcels in the area along that road where the public land use is incorrectly applied. This requires minimal effort and can be accomplished with limited resources. Public application number 3 is for 750 North Street and mixed density. This is a recommendation asking for a neighborhood infill planning pilot plan project to explore this high community benefit to encourage more affordable housing. We're not recommending this move forward at this time, but we recognize the policy language in the comp plan that was developed in the last major update to perhaps facilitate a grassroots effort like this to further affordable housing goals while addressing several other goals around transportation or energy or community character may be desired. The midterm update is not intended to be the time to explore new policy concepts, especially with our limited personnel. And should there be interest in furthering this concept, again, we recommend that there be a planning process on future work plans. Public application number 4. Okay. That's done. Chris, can you move to the next slide, please? It doesn't seem to be advancing. On number 4, I think we may be.
And Jean, you're on number 4 now. It may be that your screen's lagging.
Yeah, I think I'm just getting a delay.
Tell me which slide to be on.
Okay. The applicant is requesting that the recommendations from the Transit Village Area Plan for Phase 2 would be implemented. TVAP implementation, the implementation plan for TVAP outlines criteria for moving ahead for Phase 2, and these include significant redevelopment completed for Phase 1, which has been substantially complete, infrastructure planning completed, and funding identified for Phase 2 improvements. There are several transportation and utility improvements needed for just redevelopment potential and feasibility in the area, and that has not yet also been completed. Staff is recommending moving forward with Phase 2A. So land use changes in that little section that's just south of Valmont Road and west of 30th Street. Within this update, we are have the planning for the Bluff Street connection in process, and that was the criteria for that section of Phase 2. We recognize that the Transit Village Area Plan Phase 2 is a priority. It's on the Comp Plan Action Plan, and we suggest that this remains in the work plan in the near future. Okay, select. Public application number 5 is for 47th Street. This is recommended for further consideration. To correct some inconsistencies with the land use. It's non-controversial and can be done with existing resources. I'm going to try to the next one. So public application number 6, 2880 Diagonal Highway, is not recommended to move forward at this time. The parcel is in the area of the Diagonal Plaza, and given the keen interest in redevelopment planning for the wider commercial center, the whole of Diagonal Plaza, this consideration of this change by itself seems premature, and we're not recommending that for this at this time. Number 7 is 1345 South Broadway. This is a parcel that's currently home to the Mount Hope Lutheran Church, and the folks with the church are seeking potential opportunities on the portion of their property that's vacant. When we took a look at this as an application, we said, well, this seems a little bit like the similar change for the Mount Calvary Church, also in South Boulder, that was a site for some permanently affordable housing. So recognizing that this is a key location along Broadway, we recognize that this project is in early stages, but we recommend moving this forward for further consideration to allow a little more time for the owners and the parties to work together to conduct outreach with the neighborhood and for staff to assess some opportunities here. Application number 8 is to The request is for assessment of the public and open space land use designations, especially in some of the unincorporated areas for accuracy. We agree. There are a lot of these that raise some questions, but it's a really big lift. Staff will be working on this, and we are aiming to chip away at some of this analysis, especially in the East Boulder subcommunity planning process between now and the next major update. We expect that some of these evaluations and some of the corrections may be controversial and will need to be evaluated in the context of the next major update. Okay. Public application number 91380 Meadow. This is truly actually a zoning change and not really a land use question. This is not the appropriate process for this request. We've talked with the applicants, and they've been advised to consider some other processes to determine appropriate next steps for potential rezoning. The next three together, applications 10, 11, and 12, are about the Twin Lakes parcels up in Gun Barrel. This is an application from the Twin Lakes Advisory Group to change land use on the three parcels from public and low-density residential to open space, and that the properties be managed as part of the greater Twin Lakes open space area. We are not recommending this for further consideration at this time. This change was also proposed and assessed along with other proposed land use changes for these parcels in the last major update. After a long and extensive process, at that time, no changes were adopted. This change represents a significant new policy direction for these parcels and would require significant and considerable time and resources to evaluate and process. Application number 13 outlines a few policy amendments for floodplain and management and groundwater. These changes have not been through an evaluation process to fully assess the applicability and the impacts. Our recommendation is to not consider these as part of the midterm update. The concepts will be evaluated and potentially revised in the update to the comprehensive flood and stormwater master plan. And now moving on to the staff-initiated amendments. We just have the list of these, and these are really intended to be narrow in scope and to simply reflect areas where we have adopted policy direction or new direction from a master plan or an adopted plan or strategy. The first one was about intergovernmental cooperation that was identified as an area of policy that we don't have outlined in the comprehensive plan, but we identified in the context of the open space master plan. There are a few updates related to the 2019 transportation master plan to reflect Vision Zero and the low stress network. Also, some policies to reflect the affordable housing goal of 15% for all residential properties affordable to low, moderate, and middle income households. Human services policies revisions to reflect the direction from the homeless strategy. We have a few subcommunity and area planning revisions, both about the direction for the subcommunity planning process and to reflect the adopted Alpine Balsam area plan. And then also some of the master plan summaries to reflect those adopted plans. Potential changes with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use map. We will be considering land use changes to reflect, as I mentioned, the adopted area plan at Alpine Balsam, the phase 2A for the Transit Village area plan, that area west of 30th Street, completed open space acquisitions. And then we also have potential land use change for a Boulder Housing Partners permanently affordable housing site. This is included in the staff initiated change because our housing staff is working with the Boulder Housing Partners on the project, and it has the potential to address one of the biggest policy goals of the city. There was not a lot of information in the memo This was a little bit different than some of these other changes. This was because the negotiation was still underway last week, but we're happy to say that we have information available tonight. Jay Sugnet, our housing planner, and Laura Scheinbaum, the Boulder Housing Partners Director of Development, and also Bill Holicky will provide some more information after the presentations by the public applicants. And then lastly, we will be putting forth a few changes to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan Area 1, 2, 3 map to reflect recent annexations, and then also changes to parcels on the west edge of the city between Area 2 and Area 3 that may have changed through the revisions to the blue line that was adopted in 2016. With that, our next steps in the process will be, once we complete the screening process, we will be developing engagement plans and completing the analysis on the proposed changes that are still on the list, and then really aiming to be back to the Planning Board and Council for adoption of the changes by the end of the year. So last week at Planning Board, the Planning Board unanimously supported the 3 public requests that were recommended by staff to move forward. Also unanimously supported the staff-initiated list of amendments, including the potential land use change and that you'll hear more about up at Odell Place. And then recognizing there was a lot of conversation and interest in several of these applications that we are not recommending move forward simply because of the scope and complexity of those projects. They provided recommendations to the City Council that you can consider within your work planning around the neighborhood infill pilot project, Transit Village Area Plan Phase 2, a potential gun barrel subcommunity planning in the future, and also area planning or similar planning at the Diagonal Plaza. And so with that, we have provided recommended motions to the City Council. I also want to thank all the community members who have submitted applications, submitted comments to both the Planning Board and the City Council, who came and watched the Planning Board meeting or spoke at the Planning Board meeting last week, and those that are here tonight. We recognize that these are all really important issues. It feels a little weird to not recommend so many moving forward when there are many that are truly trying to address comprehensive plan goals. But just because we're not recommending them at this point, it doesn't mean that they're not important issues. It's really about the purpose and the scope of the midterm update to be minor policy changes and those for which we have the resources to complete and do that analysis to complete the process. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions before we move into the presentations from the applicants.
Great. Thank you so much, Jean. That was a really well done, very concise and business-like presentation, so much appreciated. Sure. I'll remind council that here we'll do questions. I see Aaron's hand up. Then we'll do a public hearing, and then we'll come back for council discussion and disposition. So Aaron, you want to kick us off on questions?
Yeah, just one. Jean, thanks very much for that excellent presentation. It's very helpful. So you mentioned that there are a number of text changes and a handful of map changes that staff is proposing. Now, we haven't seen the details of those yet, but correct me if I'm wrong, but that's because we're only advancing things forward to the next stage, right? There's no approvals yet. So we're just saying, hey, those sound interesting, bring us the details, and then we'll review them for approval later.
Of course, yes. And we'll also have that analysis available to the community to be able to share recommendations about how those changes will reflect the actual adopted policy.
Great. So we'll have a chance later on during the approval process to review the exact language and take public input and such on those things.
Of course. Yes.
Great. I look forward to that. All right. That's all I had.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary?
So I just wanted to colloquy on Aaron's question and just a clarification. It's not that they sound interesting, but that they meet the purposes of the midterm update as well. Correct?
That's correct. And they are adopted policy.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that clarification.
Great. Well, seeing no more questions, I will amend what I said before. Our next step will be presentation from applicants, then public hearing, and then council discussion. So, Jean, you want to lead us through the applicant presentations?
Yes, we have the first couple are for application number 1, the Boulder Eastridge neighborhood is Daniel Ong. And then after that, the number 3 for the 750 North Street and mixed density, which the speakers will be David Adamson and Danica Powell. So Daniel, I think is here with audio only. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I am Daniel Ong, a resident owner for 40 years in Boulder Eastridge, which is a small neighborhood of 40 detached houses between 28th and 30th north of Colorado Avenue, south of Gold Run condominiums, and west of Smiley Court. It is the only neighborhood currently low density that is virtually adjacent to both Main and East University of Colorado campuses and is essentially the land bridge between them. I represent a group of homeowners who support this proposal, not just myself. When this neighborhood was built circa the late 1950s before the comp plan, it stood alone. Since then, CU has grown toward and around it, and it has also become essentially surrounded by higher density residential housing. It is already designated as part of the Colorado University subcommunity in the comp plan. Since our previous land use change applications in the 2000s, several CU academic departments have moved to East Campus. Due to its close proximity to both Main and East CU campuses, the natural and obvious use of these properties is for student housing. When I first moved here, most houses were owner occupied. Now most are student rentals. The land use designation should change to reflect these obvious changes in the surroundings and the neighborhood itself to help meet the demand for student housing. In its recommendation, staff has appeared to have missed these obvious changes and CU's role by omission. Upon rezoning from low to medium density, I anticipate many duplex conversions subject to off-street parking requirements. We are already a neighborhood parking permit program neighborhood given our proximity to main campus. The occupancy issue is pending a November ballot vote. Our proposal is largely sustainable use of existing structures to adjust to changes in surroundings. A land use change for our neighborhood would meet many criteria in the comp plan if students are considered, who are essentially ignored in the comp plan. Do a word search. There is already precedent for upzoning multi-property areas, especially along the west side of 30th between Colorado and Baseline, just south of us, even without an area plan. However, increasing the housing density of Eastridge will not set a precedent for other neighborhoods since we are unique. In our 2010 application hearing, City Council specifically stated we could apply for a land use change during a midterm update. City Council Resolution 922 Part 3B states, consider the potential for higher housing densities on parcels adjoining the University of Colorado, and it has not been repealed. In this first midterm update in over a decade, Council set a limited scope for this update, and I missed this. Implicit in Council's promise to us a decade ago was allocation of sufficient resources to fully study it. This unfortunately has not occurred yet. Recently, some planning staff was furloughed. I understand from talking with Gene Gatza that staff is very interested in my application, but simply doesn't have the resources to fully study it like they want at this time. This is really quite straightforward. A 3-block enclave surrounded by higher density with only one street entrance. We have to pass between 2 3-story buildings just to go in and out of our neighborhood. The best place to put more student housing is right between both CU academic campuses. Otherwise, students will live elsewhere in the city. We want more student housing in our neighborhood and already know how to handle it. We request that City Council place East Ridge on the planning work plan as a near-term, possibly midterm update related project separate from the neighborhood infill pilot project, so there can be a commitment to a full study in a few years when staffing is finished, before the 2025 major update, when our application would get lost among annexation issues. We think this would be a satisfactory way for City Council to appropriately address this application and staffing issues considering circumstances and City Council's previous promise to us a decade ago. Thank you. I am available for questions when appropriate.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay.
No questions. Yeah. Go ahead, Jean. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Chris, the next one has presentation. There we go. So David Adamson and Danica Powell.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, can I have the first slide? All right. Thank you, council, staff, and citizens for your service. I'm David Adamson, 815 North Street, and the executive director of the 501c3 Goose Creek Community Land Trust. We understand the staff and planning board recommendation not to consider our proposals in the midterm update, and therefore ask council for a nod of 9 to generally ask staff to come back soon with a special ordinance that could, with very little staff work, enable one or a few pilots of a new housing model that could help meet our urgent housing need. Mixed income, all appreciation moderated with limited, very limited private fossil fuel vehicle parking for the new residents, like this prototype at 750 North Street. Next slide, please. That is part of a broader effort to create an affordable, resilient, middle-income, 15-minute neighborhood in the Goose Creek watershed at and around the very promising Alpine Balsam project, which we're doing because, next slide, sorry, which we're doing because as we do in a midterm update, we see that the #1 major objective of maintaining the middle is not at all being met. Very little of this kind of housing, deed restricted or not, is being produced. So the green line is overall housing units, more or less, starting in 1960. The red line shows an estimate of the overall collapse of once abundant for sale middle income housing in Boulder. So scalable pilots like the ones we're proposing, which could be the blue line, could demonstrate how we could have a win-win for everyone on the housing political spectrum and start to reverse what the Boulder Housing Partners cited in their 2014 strategic plan as the net annual loss of 900 units of affordable housing in Boulder. So despite great work by staff and citizens, we are nevertheless going backwards and need to do something different. Next slide, please. Especially to try to integrate working folks that now commute in, like these gentlemen who are maintaining our street on North Street yesterday, and who said about the 750 pilot, that sure would make it easy to get to work. Next slide, please. So a high community benefit pilot like this one at 750 North Street was designed to embody its MXR land use description, preserve the current neighborhood character and characters, and actually reduce traffic and parking requirements with our shared vehicle only requirement. Next slide. So in this sample pilot, we'll be going from an outdated building, an outdated duplex, next slide, to a brand new building that fits in well with the neighborhood that could be home, next slide, to 8 families, eight groups, and so this just shows how it could work in that low-rise building. And now we're going to go over to Danica, who can help explain administratively and legally how this could proceed.
Next slide. Hi, this is Danica Powell with Trestle Strategy Group. Thank you to staff and housing advocates like Goose Creek and others. We actually have a process that was placed in the last Boulder Valley Comp Plan update called criteria or a neighborhood planning infill pilot project. And there's actually criteria on page 112 of the comp plan that talks about how we could do this. And this criteria has been used to mobilize this project and ask for an opportunity to move forward. Next slide. A small change in the land use would legalize experiments that prioritize a diverse community that meets specific high community criteria, including transit accessibility, neighborhood form, density, setbacks, solar access, et cetera. And as David said, would respect the existing neighborhood and scale for which these pilot projects would be located. Next slide. A lot of work has been done to date on this pilot project. David and friends have been working on this for many years. So we would want to make this a low impact to staff. It would require, of course, community engagement, but a lot of that has been done before through citizen volunteers. And there's a lot of people very interested in helping make this implementation process. Next slide. And just to show some of the neighborhood support, there's been over many meetings over the years. So you can see a lot of community support for the projects and a lot of input that have helped really create this project to fit into the neighborhood, addressing parking concerns and other things. Next slide. So what we want, this is my last slide, what we would like to do is ask City Council for the opportunity to move forward with this pilot project, even if it's outside of the comp plan process. This was an opportunity to take what was put in the last comp plan and move it forward, and we're looking for a way to take this and move it forward in the community with your support. Thank you.
Danica.
Thanks, David and Danica.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Danica, you're next up with application number 4 for the Transit Village Area Plan Phase 2.
Great, I'm ready. Thank you. Setting my own timer. So this is a proposal to initiate Phase 2 of the Transit Village Area Plan. And I'm representing some property owners within the area who'd like to work with the city to be able to pursue the Phase 2 part of the TVAP plan. Next slide. For many of you already know this, but it's been a while. So the Transit Village Area Plan was a 160-acre area plan that was approved in 2007. It's a transit-oriented development, and the plan vision was to be carried out by the city, private property owners, and RTD. And alongside that, there's an implementation plan, which is a companion document to identify actions that the city will take to advance the long-term Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the area plan. Next slide. So Phase 1 is mostly west of the railroad tracks between 30th and Valmont, and Phase 2 is the area to the east of the railroad tracks between Foothills Parkway, Valmont, the railroad tracks, and to the south. Next slide. So in terms of Phase 1, about 93% of that has been built out as planned, according to the TVAP Phase 1. And in that, there was many residential units that were built as anticipated, with 450 permanently affordable units built in Phase 1. Next slide. As many of you are familiar, these are the projects that have been built out. The areas in purple are 2 parcels that have not been built out or have plans for being built out at this point in time that I'm aware of. Next slide. So these are the land uses in phase 1 and phase 2, as you can see on the right. So it's a mix of high density residential, mixed use, industrial, and office industrial. Next slide. So as a companion document to the TVAP is the implementation plan. And this is the action plan for what changes should happen and when in the future when certain triggers are made. And the city does monitor or should monitor the implementation through preparation of reports to planning board and city council every 2 to 3 years and part of the midterm and 5-year update to the BVCP. And that's why we're here today to initiate the phase 2 planning for TVAP or to ask for that. Next slide. So there's implementation criteria for phase 2. There's 3 only, and the first is substantial redevelopment of phase 1, which we said has been met with a 93% build out. There should be a plan in place for providing public improvements to phase 2. As Jean said, that is the area that does need attention and additional work, and market support for phase 2 land uses, which I'll demonstrate in a minute. Next slide. Change, which is actually what the property owners did 5 years ago. And because we didn't have land use designations in place to concur with the, or we didn't have zoning in place to concur with the land use, and there's a desire to look at this, that request wasn't moved forward. So what we're looking at now is to ask for the whole area to be looked at holistically and look at evaluation of the implementation plan. Next slide. The second criteria that I mentioned that would need some work is looking at the public improvements for phase 2. During the TVAP planning time, almost 20 years ago, they were identified all of the requirements or public improvements that would need to be built in phase 2, including a lot of mobility improvements and bridges, bike paths, et cetera. And there was some cost estimation that was done at that time. So it would be a matter of updating this list of public improvements and identifying who pays for what, including property owners and other taxing mechanisms or city CIP improvements, much like phase 1. Next slide. On market demand, as we all know, there's a significant market demand, especially for affordable housing. Most of the projects you're hearing tonight are about housing opportunities in our community. Next slide. In phase 2, there could be up to 1,000 additional units envisioned, and these are some pictures taken from the TVAP showing what's existing, a lot of industrial service with large parking lots, and looking at more mixed use development with residential and service industrial for the community. Next slide. This is a lot of math, but you can see there'd be significant housing, inclusionary housing and housing opportunities. Next slide. I think I'm almost done. Yes, thank you. It's close. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Danica. I do not see any questions here.
Okay, our next couple up are for application number 5, 47th Street is Danny Abood. After that, for number 7, 1345 South Broadway is Timmy Duggan. Queued up. Okay, Danny, you can go ahead.
Danny, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes. Thank you. This is Danny Abood. I'm representing Vintage Point Office Park on 47th Street. I'm an applicant and an owner. Next slide, please. This office park was approved in 1985. It's a small office building, about 18,000 square feet, and it was approved as part of POD at that time. It's been used as offices since then. Next slide, please. It is located on the northeast corner of Walmart Road and Foothill Parkway, and it is separated from the residential neighborhood by 47th Street from the east and north. Next slide, please. I included few pictures of the office parks. The next 3 slides will show the outside and the inside of the office park. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. As you can see, this office park, almost an island of offices in that part of town, in the northeast part of Boulder. And it's been used historically and currently as professional offices, medical and dental offices, and professional service offices. Next slide, please. Due to the current zoning and land use designation, we've been having hardship attracting proper tenants, convince them that we have the right zoning for their uses. And every time we try to do improvement to the building, it becomes a severe issue with the city and us owners to accommodate that. And in short, the current usage does not match the current designation. Next slide, please. We would like to continue using the property as it's been used in the past, the last 35 years. But in the future, in about 15 years or more, if the density of that area continue to increase, we envision mixed use development in that area, similar to Walmart and 34th Street area. Therefore, we're hoping and looking for designation similar to transitional business or mixed-use business to be considered. And we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Next up is Timmy Duggan, and there's not presentation materials. Timmy's just going to speak.
He just joined the meeting. I'm promoting him to panelist.
Okay, great.
Timmy, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, I should be on now if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Cool. I'm not sure if there's video or not, but anyways, thanks for the chance to speak on this application tonight. My name is Timmy Duggan. I'm a realtor at REMAX of Boulder, and I'm representing Mount Hope Lutheran Church there at 1345 Broadway. Mount Hope sits on a 4-acre parcel there between Broadway and Fairview High School. Half the parcel just kind of sits empty. It's just this empty field. And the church wanted to look at and explore any opportunities that there might be to potentially change the current land use, which is low density residential, into something that could, make that 2-acre empty part of the parcel a little more useful to the city and the community. So we took the opportunity with the comprehensive plan update to submit the application. And at this point, it's really nothing more than just kind of putting the opportunity out there to the community and to the city that we've got this land that we'd love to allow the community to do something with and go through the comprehensive plan process. A zoning change to do anything, and change from low density residential to like a mixed use business or a higher density like there is to the south there with the condo complex. Not to be taken lightly, obviously. We don't have anything that's like our specific vision or agenda that we have. It's again just an opportunity that we want to put on the table for the community to really look at and examine. And I guess the goal then would be to find some solution or land use change such that the church could subdivide the parcel into 2 acres that the church is on, and then another 2 acres that could be used by the community for some other beneficial use, and create a saleable product. So yeah, at this point, we're just asking the council and the community to consider, any opportunity that might lie on that property, and see what we could do to benefit the community. So again, no specific agenda that we have. We just want to put that out there on the table for discussion. So.
Great. Thanks, Timmy. Unless there are other questions from the council, we can keep moving.
There are no questions. Yeah, we can keep moving.
Okay, so next up we have Donna George for application number 8. And then after that, Dave Reichberger with the Twin Lakes applications.
Do you hear me?
Hi, Donna, we can hear you.
Okay. It is important that citizens receive the most accurate and up-to-date information concerning land use in their communities. Therefore,
I'm sorry, Donna, I'm sorry to interrupt. She does have slides.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just letting Chris know that there are presentation slides.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we have to wait. The time's going. Can we start again? They started the time without the slides.
It's fine, Donna. We will restart that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Okay. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm starting. It is important that citizens receive the most accurate and up-to-date information concerning land use in their community. Therefore, noticing a number of inaccuracies in the land use designations map, I put in a request during this 2020 midterm update to review the land use designations map. Next slide. Since submitting my request on March 2nd, 2020, we are now dealing with a global health crisis due to the coronavirus pandemic. Next slide. We have all seen the headlines emphasizing the health and economic implications caused by the coronavirus. Next slide. Government building and facilities in the Boulder Valley have been closed since March 15th, approaching 3 months in duration. Therefore, the public has not had access to any resources they may need for this Boulder Valley Comp Plan midterm update. We do not know when these offices will reopen and whether they will need to be closed again should a second spike in coronavirus cases occur. Next slide, please. Due to the present circumstances with the global coronavirus pandemic, I am requesting that the 2020 Boulder Valley Comp Plan midterm update be postponed till 2022. Many of our citizens are dealing with lost jobs and or family members impacted by the coronavirus. The 2015 Boulder Valley Comp Plan update was not completed until 2017. The 2020 midterm update can be delayed due to a global health crisis. In the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan under midterm update here, you can see the land here, this thin slip. It's owned by the Brandon Creek Homeowners Association. The Twin Lakes thing outlined here is owned by the County of Boulder, and you can see they bought it from the Ditch Company for $130,000 in 2002. Yet when you look at the land use designation map, they have the part that's owned by Brandon Creek as open space acquired, and the part that's the Twin Lakes open space as open space other. Obviously, those are wrong and need to be changed. Also, some of the private parks have land use designations of park, urban, and other. The description for this land use is park, urban, and other includes public lands used for a variety of active and passive recreational purposes or flood control. These lands are not public, they are private parks. Also, the Boulder Country Club has a land use designation of public. However, the country club is private and not public and costs thousands of dollars to join. Next slide, please. It is important that citizens receive the most accurate and up-to-date information concerning land use in their communities. Under sustainability principles in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, it states, the city and county recognize that the quality of our environmental, economic, and social health is built upon the full engagement and involvement of our community. It is very difficult during this time for our community to be fully engaged with this midterm update. And under 10.01 high performing government, the city and county support strategic decision-making with timely, reliable, and accurate data and analysis. It's important that the land use map is as accurate as possible. Next slide, please. The review of land use designations, my request, should move forward in the 2020 Boulder Valley Comp Plan midterm update. My request should not be denied for this midterm update, but rather the 2020 Boulder Valley Comp Plan midterm update should be postponed to 2022 due to the global health crisis we are experiencing at this time. It is important to have the most accurate land use designation map available for the 2025 Boulder Valley Comp Plan major update. The City of Boulder has updated the land use designations in the 2015 Boulder Valley Comp Plan update and has requested land use designation updates in the 2020 Boulder Valley Comp Plan midterm update. To be fair, this should also be done for unincorporated areas in the Boulder Valley. The staff has requested that since some certain areas that were bought be updated in this for the city. Why is this not being done for unincorporated? And this midterm should be postponed to 2022. People are trying to get on. It's all, they can't get onto the meeting. They don't know what to do. It's a total mess. So please postpone this. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Dean, I have no questions.
Okay. Next up, we have Dave Reichberger from the Twin Lakes Action Group. Dave, are you here?
I am.
Great.
Waiting for the presentation.
Yeah. Hoping this is moving along. There we go.
Okay, and you can go ahead and move to the next slide. My name is Dave Reichberger, and I'm the chairman of the Twin Lakes Action Group. TLAG is a large and active citizen organization across the county and the city. We also have the support of many businesses that pay sales tax to the city of Boulder. You only need to look at these numbers to see the passion we have to preserve the rural residential look and feel of our neighborhoods and support open space. Next. These land use changes should move forward for many fundamental reasons. Next slide, please. It supports the aspects of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. These lands are actually dedicated lands set aside because of development around them for schools and parks, not housing. It expands desperately needed open space in Gun Barrel for recreation. The properties are hydrologically sensitive areas that contain multiple wetlands as well as agricultural lands of statewide importance and assures wildlife corridor for at least 28 species of special concern. Next, please. The staff has recommended not to move forward with these changes, but let's review the criteria. Is it consistent with the midterm update? Yes. According to the BVCP criteria, these are exactly the type of land use changes that are appropriate, but staff says they don't have enough resources. Second, is it consistent with the current policies or sub-community plan? The 2006 sub-community plan of Gun Barrel was gutted almost as soon as it was written. We do not have a sub-community or sub-area plan. Plus, the staff says they don't have enough resources. And is the change compatible with adjacent land uses and neighborhood context? Absolutely. The properties above Twin Lakes open space to the north and the Johnson Trust to the south and are threatened by development. So that's exactly what compatible with adjacent lands means. We desperately need more recreational open space for our growing population. Next. Have these changes been considered in the past? Well, of course they have. The very structure of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and the intergovernmental agreements were rewritten because of the passion and dedication of TLAG and its members. Like Hogan-Hancock, this has gone on for years. But without moving forward with our request for an open space designation will continue for years to come. Since 2015, there have been an additional 550 dwelling units built, so now Gun Barrel has far exceeded its carrying capacity. And there was another 268 units considered by the planning board at Celestial Seasonings, and then all of a sudden last week, staff snuck in another development on Odell of an unknown scale and scope with no public notice or documentation. That would be 818 units over capacity, causing a degradation of basic services, the environment, safety, sustainability, and the resiliency of Gun Barrel. And by the way, staff says there's not enough resources. Next. A change to open space resolved many issues that are fundamental to this area. It protects multiple designated wetlands. It allows nature to manage its own hydrology. And it does not add to the cross-jurisdictional issues and infrastructures that are ever present in the Twin Lakes Road area and Gun Barrel as a whole. Next. There's a scarcity of open space in Gun Barrel for its 12,300 residents. That's over 10% of Boulder's shrinking population, but we have only 0.2% of the open space in parks. The Twin Lakes open space is actually a 10-foot path around 2 seasonal lakes, and we have a mess of a city park that's mostly wetlands or construction debris from industrial development. Communities need more than housing to be resilient and sustainable. We need open space, the ability to recreate, view wildlife, and just safely be outdoors in an open environment. Next. And what about these 28 species of special concern that live on, hunt in, breed in, and generally call these properties home? We should provide a permanent open space designation so their homes are safe from development. Next. Every 2 minutes, the American West loses a football field worth of natural area to human development. And Boulder County is developing 133% faster than the rest of the nation. And that's only through 2011. Unchecked development in the last 5 years have made these numbers skyrocket. Next. It is clear that only by supporting the Twin Lakes Action Group land use change requests can we truly have a balance between the Gun Barrel Public Improvement District, housing, the environment, dedicated lanes, sustainability, resilience, and wildlife. And I do thank you for your time and support, and please request that you ask the planning board and staff to reconsider their previous decisions. Thank you.
Right on time. Great. Okay, and our last presentation is, I'd like to introduce Jay Sugnet with our planning staff, Laura Scheinbaum from BHP, and Bill Holicky, and I'll try to get those slides up next.
Good evening, Jay Sugnet with Housing and Human Services. I just wanted to introduce this. Housing is very excited to further explore this as a potential site for permanently affordable housing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Laura and Bill. Laura.
Thank you, Jay. Good evening. I'm Laura Scheinbaum with Boulder Housing Partners. I'm the development director there. As you all know, we are the housing authority for the city of Boulder. We work in partnership with the city to implement city policy and get us closer to that 15% affordable housing goal set forth by this body as policy. We currently have about 1,442 units in our portfolio and growing, and we administer 1,202 vouchers. I don't need to say much to this board about the need, but just a bit. We have 36% of our workforce in Boulder qualifies for affordable housing, probably even more arguably given the current economic climate with the pandemic. And then anecdotally, I thought you would be interested to hear that just last week we had a few units at the Seco Apartments over at the Spark Development that opened up. We had 160 applications in 5 days for those units. So the need is dire. To that end, BHP is always looking for opportunities to land bank. This Gun Barrel parcel at 6500 Odell Place represents that type of opportunity. Gun Barrel has been a location that we've been interested in being and having property. As you can see in the map in the lower left corner, we don't currently have. We are scattered throughout the community. We try and provide affordable opportunities everywhere, and we don't have any affordable product up in Gun Barrel at this point. This is a true infill opportunity. It's developed on all 4 sides. It's about 1.2 acres, and it would yield, if we had a land use change, we think that the zoning could support about 32 units there. We do believe so late breaking news is that we do have an LOI signed with the seller, and we're actively negotiating a purchase and sale agreement. So we are working on site control at the moment. And we do think that this is supported by the Boulder Valley Comp Plan as well as the Gun Barrel Town Center Plan. Bill Holicky's here with me tonight, and he's going to go into a little bit more detail about the nexus between those documents and our request. Thank you, and I'm available for questions later. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill Hollicky with Coburn Architecture. So if we could go to the next slide. This is a really interesting site. On the left is the current zoning, and the underlying land use in the comp plan reflects it. We've got residential HR with RH5 on top of it in yellow, and we've got the BC2 with a different land use underneath that. The IG in the middle has the MUI land use underneath it, and this site's sort of caught in between. On the right-hand side, you can see the Gun Barrel Town Center plan that originally created this. The idea was that the blue area was going to be mixed use, maker space, mixed use space, industrial space, and residential. To the north, we were going to have residential, and to the south, it was going to be community retail. The residential on the north side has been built. The community retail center is starting to develop. The darker red more slowly. The hatched red is the shopping center with the grocery store in it, so that's already there. But if we can switch to the next slide, you'll see that the original intention of the Gun Barrel Town Center plan was to create Spine Road as this walkable Main Street, and it's really not happened. The south end with the community center is there. The residential is happening on the north, but in between is this gap. And interestingly, the Gun Barrel Town Center plan was intended to have a revision every 5 years in a 15-year horizon. It has been 15 years since it was adopted in 2004 and finally amended in 2006. So it's been quite a while, and this is an appropriate time to re-envision what could be there. One of the reasons that the site, the part in the middle in blue, or in this site in particular, hasn't redeveloped, is that while it was originally intended to have residential here per the center plan, IG can only do that if you have a 2-acre parcel. You can't put residential on an IG zone if it doesn't have 2 acres. None of these are 2 acres. So it hasn't fulfilled the vision of the Gun Barrel Town Center plan, which you can see on the bottom left, really talked about adding workers, adding affordable housing, creating links between the residential and the retail, and making that Spiny Road a redeveloped, walkable Main Street. So we think by popping this site into a residential model, we can put people on the street, and we can start to shrink the gap between that residential to the north and the serving center retail to the south, and make that really kind of bring the vision to life that the Gun Barrel Town Center plan originally had. So we think it helps bring that into fruition, as well as it supports all the comp plan goals because it's affordable housing, as we've already talked about. So we think it's a very appropriate site for this.
Thank you.
Good timing. That's all we have for the applicant and staff presentations. Unless council has other questions, clarifying questions at this time, we can move on to the open public hearing.
I see no hands up. I have one quick question. Was the last application submitted, was it part of the normal deadlines? Did it meet all the submission requirements and so on?
It was not. It was. We were not treating that as a public application necessarily. It really. All the staff has been working with Boulder Housing Partners and became aware of this in recent weeks. So because of the criteria for the midterm update about sufficient resources, we proposed bringing this forward as a staff-initiated change, simply because we would be working with the Boulder Housing Partners on it anyway.
Okay, great. And just to remind me, planning board saw this and gave a thumbs up?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No more questions from me. Mary has her hand up.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question. What we just heard on the parcel in Odell, on Odell Place, is the zoning, does it match the underlying land use? Is that what I'm
Yeah, sorry, this is Bill Hollicky. I can clarify that. So right now, the underlying land use is MUI and the zone on top is IG. So while they don't match the town center plan, and they don't allow for residential because it's smaller than 2 acres. So we're asking for a change to the HR zone land use, which is what the RH5 parcel is to the north, with the intention that eventually that would be rezoned to RH5 to match the residential to the north.
Okay, thank you.
And then I have a question from Mirabai.
This is more just a comment, just being in this area and being very close to this area and having heard from many of the residents after the planning board meeting that especially people who have put in applications, many of them feel that they've really had to follow the city's rules and letters to the T, make sure their I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And I've heard from many of them about this having been thrown in at the last minute into planning and how they feel it's very unfair when they've been following the rules very closely and staff did not. So I'm just giving you feedback that I've been hearing a lot of upset residents here, and I will chime in with them that I don't think it was fair and I don't think that it was well done. And I would ask that for future, that if they are required to follow the rules, that staff be required to as well, or the applicant as well, because again, I think it's we're talking about so much about equity, it is an issue around equity on that. So that's just a comment.
Great. So that was the last question I had. I think we're ready to go to public hearing. Okay. And so for public hearing, we have 16 people signed up. So everyone will get 2 minutes apiece. You can pool for up to 4 minutes, but we'll need to have the 2 people. So it takes 3 people to pool for 4 minutes, and 1 can speak and the other 2 need to be present on the call. So who I have signed up is Lynn Siegel and Mark Gelband and Mary McKell-Sherrier. We'll start with Lynn.
Then you are live.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you, Lynn. Go for it.
Okay, I'm not going to touch this laptop. I was at the last 2 planning board meetings, and it became crystal clear to me that this is another overall situation that's very bad in the view of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan for growth and development and everything that it stands for, that there's not infrastructure appropriate to the growth that's going on in that area. I know it's the stepsister, and if we needed Gun Barrel originally years ago, maybe we should just unannex Gun Barrel now, because we need to dedicate the time and the resources to planning for it rather than getting onto just more growth without good planning. And I agree with Donna George that this should be moved up to 2022. And largely because of this public process, which I heard a lot of people saying they couldn't get on appropriately, and there was a whole lot of the public that came out to speak. In spite of that, many of them had trouble getting on. Not only that, we don't have an economy anymore, and we need to cut everything back. And all of this expense of this meeting and all these people doing all this work, this is in a false economy. It's not happening. What happened with COVID really happened, and it's really permanent. And we need to wake up to that reality and not spend more money, good money after bad, and just lower, 700 people being cut off of the city. Instead, we have to lower everyone's salary and do everything equitably. This way, it's impossible.
Thank you, Lynn. Time is up. Appreciate it. Next, we have Mark Gelband, then Mira McKell-Sherrier, and then David Reschberger. So Mark is up.
Hello, just had the chance to unmute. Listen, first I'd like to say thank you to everyone who's trying to advocate for more housing and more affordable housing and trying to fill the missing middle in Boulder. As we know, the primary driver of equity issues in the city of Boulder is the high cost of housing and how hard it is for people to live here affordably. So I want to thank all of the people, but I especially want to call out David Adamson and Goose Creek, because he's proposing something that is out of the box, that hasn't been done before, that is a pilot, that offers hopefulness to whole classes of people looking for the opportunity for something in between a McMansion and a condo, something that the city hasn't seen. I also want to thank the folks from Boulder Housing Partners, and whether this was done last minute or not, for all of what they've tried to do to make Boulder a more socially equitable community. And then I just want to call attention to one thing, which is that I understand the frustration of the gentleman from Twin Lakes, but basically he's advocating for selfishness. And I also understand that as we lose all of the light industrial and commercial space around our city, we're losing access for artisans, welders, etc. So I have some concerns, and we'll bring this back, though I advocate for all of the affordable housing options being proposed. The simplest one that council has is to listen to the people from Boulder Bedrooms and stop pushing all of the development in places where it isn't and filling empty bedrooms in the most privileged neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Mayor McKell Sherrier, David Reckberger, and Joel Tonorovitz. So Mayor McKell.
You should be live and able to speak.
Hello, I am Mary Michael Sherrier. I live in the Table Mesa neighborhood and I'm a faculty member at CU Boulder. And I want to talk about the rezoning of number 7 at South Broadway and Greenbrier by the Lutheran Church. I would just like to say that I'm not against development of this space in any way, but I think it's premature to do any rezoning given the obvious complete lack of a plan presented for this space at all. No outreach to the community, and I live just a single block away from this space, has occurred at this point. And I'm a little concerned because I've been in a neighborhood before where a church made an agreement with a developer, rezoned a space, claimed it was going to be for mixed use and affordable housing. And unfortunately, what resulted was that either they were taken advantage of by the developer or changed their mind. And the result was a 7-story complex of luxury condos that did not serve the community at all. So what I would really like to see is a comprehensive plan laid out by the church and a relationship with a developer established before any movement towards rezoning goes any further with this particular lot. I would love to see an outreach performed to the community, because one of the big problems with that lot is that it is right next to a middle school and a high school. You have new drivers and young children by the hundreds going through there every day. So if we are not very thoughtful and very careful about development, we are risking lives of our children, we are risking traffic problems, and generally a detriment to the South Boulder community. So thank you so much for listening. And again, I urge you to put off any rezoning or discussion of this area until a comprehensive plan and community outreach is undertaken by the church.
Great. Thank you, Mary Michael. We have David Reckberger, Joel Lonorovitz, and Mike Smith. David, you're up.
Thank you. This is Dave Reckberger. The COVID virus has fundamentally changed the landscape of work. How many companies will choose to utilize remote workers versus paying the exorbitant rents for office space in Boulder? There will be a lot of vacant office space in Boulder for years to come. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense to pause and hit the brakes so that we can take and reevaluate area plans before doing more ill-conceived developments and look at something instead of not bedrooms for people, but boardrooms for people? Let's look at the redevelopment of our commercial spaces as they exist and as they've already been built. Remember, 550 new dwelling units have already been built in Gun Barrel in the last 5 years. And a dwelling unit might be a 1-bedroom or an 8-bedroom mansion. There's an average of 2.3 people per dwelling unit, so that's 1,265 new residents. The sustainability and resilience of Gun Barrel, when you overbuild an area, exceeds the carrying capacity, which is the maximum population that will be supported before environmental infrastructure components begin to deteriorate. This speaks directly to the 2015 BCBP goals of setting the population at 5,300 dwelling units. In 2020, there are already 5,850 dwelling units. We're past the carrying capacity in Gun Barrel. And you want to add another 268 at the Celestial Seasoning, another 32 at Odell, and God knows what else is on the plans. We need to stop the development, look at what's already been built, reutilize and repurpose the commercial areas that are inside of Boulder before we build another thing. And we need to have a sub-community plan done before a single shovel hits the ground.
Great. Thank you, Dave. We have Joel Lenorovitz, Mike Smith, and Donna George. So Joel, you're up.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Council, and I'm glad to be here at the table with everyone. I'm Joel Lenorovitz. I'm a longtime homeowner and resident in the Table Mesa neighborhood and an immediate neighbor to the church property in question at 1345 South Broadway and Greenbrier. In fact, it's getting a little dark, but I can see it right out my window as we're talking here. And yeah, I was pretty astonished that I only learned about this zoning secondhand from a friend just the other day, only midway through the planning meeting was the first I heard of it. And then to see it all of a sudden being taken up here and with no prior public notice to myself or any other neighbors or residents of the community, that was pretty shocking. Luckily, we have a pretty tight-knit coalition of neighbors and have since had an impromptu meeting and kind of banded together to really just find out what's going on, what's being proposed, how it's being considered, et cetera. And my neighbor and I agree that there very well may be some positive benefits to the neighborhood, to the community, and the city at large if some type of development is allowed at this parcel. However, it could also very easily swing the other way and turn out to be a nuisance and actually be destructive to the fabric of the community. Either way, we're very vested and tuned in here. I'll confess I'm not super familiar with the whole process, but on its face, this current request seems to be really generic, haphazard, and incomplete. It looks worryingly like a shoot first and ask questions later kind of scenario. And a particular concern is that it fails to acknowledge that there are adjacent low-density single-family homes like mine and my neighbors, and as Mary Michael mentioned, the high school that will all be potentially directly impacted by light, noise, and traffic. So the consensus among the community here is that we're opposed to any swift and arbitrary rezoning that would simply give carte blanche to whomever might silently come in and try to develop things. But we're very open to listen and strongly support a well-formed proposal that combines a complete development plan in conjunction with a targeted fitting zoning alteration.
Great. Thank you, Joel. Next, we have Mike Smith, Donna George, and Patrick Madden. Mike?
You're live, Mike.
Hi, thank you. Am I good?
Yes.
You are.
Okay. I'm Mike Smith, 4596 Tally Ho Trail, which is the street immediately to the east of the parcels. And I've owned my home there for the last 24 or 22 years. The fate of these parcels shouldn't be a political decision. And as you've already heard, Gun Barrel is badly overbuilt. It's way beyond any rational carrying capacity. The Gun Barrel Center project is symptomatic of that at its worst. It has no parks, trails, playgrounds, because the city didn't hold the developer to his promise to include all those. Secondly, Gun Barrel desperately needs an area plan before any more development damage is done and before any more open space and wildlife habitat is lost. I was going to say that, the obvious, that the parcels have high groundwater and that they're very good wildlife habitat. But as you know, the planning board turned thumbs down on TLAG's proposal, saying that it was too complicated and represented a major BVC policy change. This in spite of years worth of documentation and homework by the local residents. And they also gave thumbs up to a last minute proposal for apartment development on Odell Place in the heart of Gun Barrel. I would just point out the obvious, that the scales don't really seem fair on how projects are evaluated. In the case of Twin Lakes, there was an obvious pro-development agenda behind the scenes, and TLAG was denied. And as Gene Gatza admitted, Odell Place got special treatment. I just hope you'll support a Gun Barrel area plan before things spiral even more out of control and out of whack out there. And meantime, I'll help you'll leave all the Twin Lakes parcels intact. And if you allow the one to proceed and turn thumbs down on the other, well, shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Donna George, Patrick Madden, and Randall Clark. Donna.
Council, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do need to clarify with you. Donna George has indicated she would like to pool time with somebody who's not on our sign-up list but is in the meeting. Our pooling requirements and this online platform on council website say that people have to be on the list to be able to pool. So I need some clarification about whether we can allow this pooling.
I'm okay with allowing it as long as all three people are present. So we need Donna and two others, I believe.
Okay, I'm going to make Donna live. I believe she has one other, but not two others. So let me just ask her to come on and talk about what she was planning. Donna?
Yeah, I just have one other. Do I need to have two others to pool?
Yes, it takes three people to pool to get 4 minutes. So Donna, you can have 2 minutes if you have one other person, or you can have 4 if you have two other people.
Well, can I have 3 minutes if I have me and another person?
No, you may not. So you are free to go ahead for 2 minutes if you would like, or if you'd like, we can move you to later in the list and you could see if you can bring another person in.
Is there anyone else here who would like to pool with me?
I did just get a message that Randall Clark is willing to cede his time and give it to Donna so she has a pool.
Okay, that's great. So Donna, you've got Randall Clark, and who's your other person who's here?
Dinah McKay.
And Sarah, can you confirm that both Randall and Donna are here?
Yes, I can. Randall is here and Dinah is also here.
Very good. So we can give 4 minutes to Donna and remove Randall Clark at number 9 from the list.
Oh, and I apologize. Randall is goes by the pronoun her, she, her.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
Oh, we can give him back his if he wants it. I didn't want to take his time.
So I think if they volunteer, it's just fine, Donna.
Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't want to take somebody else's time.
Okay. Very good. Don, you're up for 4 minutes. So
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Bill Hollickey kept referring to the Gun Barrel Town Center when talking about the Odell Street property. The possibilities for a Gun Barrel Town Center were destroyed when the Gun Barrel Retail Core IGA was blatantly ignored. The Twin Lakes parcels would provide a fantastic opportunity to build a sense of community for Gun Barrel. That was the vision of Boulder planners in the 1977 Boulder Valley Comp Plan when they intended a 40-acre community park south of Gun Barrel. These fields are within the Gun Barrel Public Improvement District, which was formed in 1993 when Gun Barrel citizens voted to tax themselves to purchase undeveloped land within the district boundaries for open space, specifically to prevent further development. The North Field was purchased by Boulder County with general funds in which the Gun Barrel Public Improvement District funds were included. So that property should never have been transferred to the Boulder County Housing Authority, especially so quickly and quietly without any public input or hearing on the decision. I also want to note that why can the city staff put in a request with very little information to update the map for their properties, but those in the unincorporated areas are ignored? I made the same plea to Chris Meschek and Eric Lane during the 2015 update. Are the citizens going to have to wait another 5 years for an accurate map? I would think you would want to go into the 2025 major update with the most accurate land use designation map possible. If there is not sufficient resources to proceed with the 2020 midterm update, then the update should be postponed. What staff and government officials should not do is give preferential treatment to their pet projects while not giving consideration to other requests. We are in a global health pandemic, and government offices have been closed for almost 3 months. Disregard for citizens' work and input on the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan is not acceptable. This plan is supposed to be a document produced by the citizens for the citizens in the planning of their community, not a product of staff and government officials. Also, in many of these talks, I keep hearing about what people should do. I have heard it for 5 years when I've been working on this. What should happen in Gun Barrel? I get all these outsiders telling us what should happen in Gun Barrel. Well, when are the Gun Barrel citizens who actually live here going to be able to determine and plan what happens in their own community? Another thing I want to know is people sent in a lot of emails, but I asked, I couldn't find out where those emails were. They're on some spreadsheet. We can't see them. The citizens need to see what other citizens are saying about this Boulder Valley Comp Plan update. The citizens need to be able to participate. And with all the stuff that's going on, that makes it difficult. Back to the Twin Lakes properties. Recently, many acres were purchased in Gold Hill near their town center for open space. The citizens of Gold Hill had many of the same reasons for wanting the land protected as open space as the citizens of Gun Barrel do for the Twin Lakes fields. The Gun Barrel community deserves the same respect and consideration, and having its citizens have a voice in the planning of the community in which they live. These fields truly represent the heart of Gun Barrel and need to be protected as open space for present and future generations. Some of the affordable housing can be built in much more appropriate other space. I don't know why they are gun-ho on these properties. I can't figure it out. They voted to not have the Boulder County Housing Authority built on Park in Lyons. The same should happen here. They shouldn't be built on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, and thank you for your patience as we figured out the pooling. Then next we have Patrick Madden, followed by Kit Fuller and Susan Beilhach.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Madden. I live at 4686 Tally Ho Court. Ask yourself, why do they think the people of Gun Barrel have such a difficult relationship with the city and county? Well, Sloan Walbert made a comment at the planning board that Gun Barrel is an eclectic mix of zoning, density, and architecture, which speaks to a lack of planning. You don't listen to it. Listen to us. As we see it, the city is looking to us to solve all of Boulder's growth problems. We're Boulder's dumping ground, or an opportunity for developers to build on every square inch so they can make some money off of Gun Barrel and then leave. And no matter how they try to fluff things up with walk scores and bike paths, there is still isn't suitable for folks who need to rely on public transit. RTD is cutting back service right now, and the service we have takes a roundabout way of getting here. So developers from outside the area come to you, paint a rosy picture, and frankly, we resent that. 2 ways you can fix this. First, you have an alternatives for development. The Boulder Planning Preserve, roughly 500 acres in North Boulder that's been set aside for this purpose. Growth. Second, involve us in planning and you get a better outcome for all, because at present there is no plan, as you've heard, and no input. After all the developers build on every square inch in Gun Barrel, they'll be gone and we'll never get back what we hold dear. If you ask us what we think we need, it's a bigger grocery store, it's a library, it's a rec center, it's better roads, and don't get us started on subdivision roads. And it's more open space near us. It's more options, not more apartments, because you've already given us a bunch of those. And a good number of those are vacant right now. Someone made a comment at the planning board last week that we should just build a little bit more in Gun Barrel before we get any amenities. Well, we've been building more for the past 5 years and no community amenities. Oh, and one note about open space. The shelter in place order, the Twin Lakes are packed right now. We need more space so we can properly social distance, especially if this becomes the new normal. In conclusion, the Twin Lakes parcels are not suitable for any kind of development due to hydrology, wildlife corridors, and the need for community spaces. So the right thing to do do is to listen to the folks of Gun Barrel and support the land use changes for parcels 10, 11, and 12.
Patrick. So next we have Kit Fuller, Susan Balhach, and Jane Theodore. Kit?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kit Fuller. I live at 4600 Cloud Court, which makes me a resident of the city of Boulder in Gun Barrel. I pay city taxes. I'm also the chair of a new nonprofit, which is called the Gun Barrel Community Alliance. We represent the citizens of Gun Barrel who want to, 1, ensure the protection of Gun Barrel open spaces, wildlife corridors, and other valuable natural resources in Gun Barrel. 2, represent Gun Barrel residents in city and county land use planning and development decisions. And 3, coordinate with other Gun Barrel organizations to enhance the quality of life for Gun Barrel residents. The Gun Barrel Community Alliance is not against affordable housing. We are not against development. We are against preferential treatment to developers. We are against poor development decisions that have poor long-range implications. We support creative solutions on housing. For example, the bedrooms are for people. That's a really important consideration that I think deserves a lot of attention. We challenge new development. We should not be breaking new ground when we don't see the end of the COVID situation. We should be repurposing existing development spaces. We support amenities for Gun Barrel. We need a Gun Barrel sub-community plan, and we plan to help you with that. We support our hardworking neighbors in TLAG. We ask that the planning board reconsider the changes 10, 11, and 12 requested by TLAG. They make so much sense. It's the right thing to do. It saves money, and it will save us all a lot more work and a lot more time in the long run. Beware of the affordable housing mantra and think more carefully about the details of every proposal, many of which include a lot of misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kit. Next, Susan Balhach, Jane Theodore, and Claudia Ting.
Susan, you're live.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Okay, great. My name is Susan Balhash. I live at 6848 Bugle Court, Boulder. That is in the Gun Barrel area in Red Fox Hills. And I want to urge you to reconsider the TLAG's proposals for number 10, 11, and 12, and the request that the 2 parcels on Twin Lakes Road be designated as open space. I've lived in Boulder County for over 40 years, and during that time, I myself and a majority of Boulder County taxpayers have voted time and again to have our tax dollars spent to preserve the dwindling open space in the county. It's pretty clear that open space is a really big priority for Boulder County residents. The Twin Lakes properties afford a valuable opportunity to designate open space in an area that already provides a viable travel corridor between the Twin Lakes Recreation Area and other parcels of open space habitat on J Road. In addition, I have some serious concerns about the development on these parcels. The first and foremost is the hydrology in the area. Our neighborhood in Red Fox Hills is just east of the Twin Lakes parcels, and some of the homeowners here already have problems with wet basements and some pumps that run constantly. So the parcels really are not appropriate for development, and it would just exacerbate a problem that already exists and impact a stormwater system that already struggles with major rainstorms. And my other concern is the infrastructure. Other people have spoken to that pretty eloquently, so I don't think I need to go over the fact that we only have the one grocery store for 12,000 people and the traffic and all of the other congestion out here. So in summary, I just want to say designating these parcels as open space would reduce impact on the hydrology, the limited infrastructure, while also supporting the values of Boulder County taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We've got Jane Theodore, Claudia Team, and Kim Bytel. Susan? I'm sorry, Jane. Apologies, Jane Theodore.
Jane is unmuted, but we're not hearing you, Jane. You might need to check your microphone.
And Jane, yeah.
Yep, I tried that. Can you hear me now?
We can.
We can hear you now.
Okay. All right. There was two. I missed the second one. Okay. All right. So you can hear me.
Yes.
All right. My name's Jane Theodore. I've lived at 4380 Ludlow Street since 1998. I'd like to see the Mount Hope Church site stay at its current low-density residential zoning for the time being. I believe neighborhood input is essential in the development for many parcels, but this parcel is a tricky one. I'm not opposed to development on this site. However, many in our neighborhood have referred to this intersection of totally Greenbrier and Broadway as the guillotine. And it's an extremely challenging intersection to deal with during school hours. A number of years ago, a median was placed at Grinnell and Broadway, which eliminated another exit of our neighborhood to travel north on Broadway. So the guillotine is the only way out of the neighborhood, besides traveling through the neighborhood 10 blocks on totally to Hanover, which is its own bottleneck during school hours. This parcel will need to be zoned and developed with serious considerations regarding traffic patterns and flow, because it's just in such a bonkers, weird spot. I think something interesting could be done, but I do believe, since this is at the very beginning of ideation for the church and development, that the people that live here and know that intersection the best should be consulted. And I think that would make this weird parcel potentially an amazing thing. But we have some serious input because we live with this crazy intersection every day. So we'd ask you to hold off on changing any zoning until you really understand what that intersection is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. We've got Claudia Team, Ken Bytel, and David Ballmore. Claudia is up.
Claudia, you're live.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, members of council. My name is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I live in North Boulder. Are you hearing me? Thank you. Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I live in North Boulder, and I'm speaking tonight in favor of updates that support the capacity for additional modest and affordable housing in Boulder. Amongst the staff recommendations, this includes the Mount Hope Lutheran Church site at 1345 South Broadway, but it also includes many requests deferred: upzoning the low-density enclave in the East Ridge neighborhood, 750 North Street, where David Adamson and neighbors have been working for years to establish an eco-village pilot, TVAP 2, which requires a long runway to prepare for eventual housing development, and the potential BHP acquisition at Odell Place. In addition, I ask that you preserve areas already designated for potential housing. That is, reject the request to designate land owned by the Boulder County Housing Authority and BVST as open space. When I spoke about these projects at Planning Board 5 days ago, we were at the beginning of what has become a national uprising against police brutality and white supremacy. Watching my hometown of St. Paul, Minnesota burn that night, it was exceptionally difficult to focus on land use changes. And tonight, it seems even more absurd, to be absorbed in these hyper-local conversations. But the pain and anger that communities of color are calling so many cities to reckon with are in part the result of decades of exclusionary housing and economic policies. And while Boulder has remained calm, we are neither innocent nor excused from responsibility. The values of equity and integration are enshrined in our comp plan, and they deserve more attention and advocacy than they often receive in these inscrutable processes. And housing is a tool we can use to advance them. Please use this comp plan update to support additional housing throughout Boulder and plan for a future with space for all members of this community, many of whom cannot live here today. It's an excruciatingly small step towards justice at this moment in time, but it's something we can do in the context of this small process. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. We have Ken Bytel, David Ballmore, and Mike Zawitkowski. Ken, you're up.
Thank you, Sam. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Council. I have emailed you tonight a change.org petition with 3,700 signatures calling for protection at Twin Lakes. I would like this added to the public record, please. Now, contrary to statements made by city staff tonight, 3 years of public process led to the Boulder County Planning Commission voting no to development on 10, 11, and 12. The decision has been made. Now is the time to advance protection. The city does have resources. Recently, council offered to pay the University of Colorado $10 million to bury and fill in wetlands and meadow habitat at CU South so CU can develop in a floodplain. The rejection of the Twin Lakes community proposal was a bitter slap in the face to thousands of city and county residents who have worked to achieve protection since 2015. I will remind council members, each of you ran for fall election on a platform of being pro-environment and pro-open space. Will you honor those promises? We will find out tonight and on June 16th. There is some good news. Fortunately, Bob Yates was furious when development at Twin Lakes was rejected in 2017. Bob Yates subsequently helped lead the effort to strip both the County Planning Commission and strip City Planning Board of their ability to have a binding vote on development issues. This also helped advance CU South development. Regardless of Mr. Yates's motivation, it means last week when the planning board said no to protect habitat at Twin Lakes, the planning board actually only recommended shattering the dreams of the community. This is not a binding vote that council needs to follow. Council, I urge you, please listen to the community and protect 20 acres of wildlife habitat at Twin Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Now we have David Volmar and Mike Zawitkowski. David?
Good evening, City Council, staff, Mayor. My name is David Volmar. I live in North Boulder. I am the chairman of Goose Creek Community Land Trust. And I would like to just read you our mission statement right now because it's very timely. To ensure our land widely benefits generations of today and tomorrow, we will create, preserve, and advocate for housing that is permanently attainable for a diversity of income levels. At Goose Creek, we've been working for just a few years, and you've seen David Adamson's presentation, to create affordable housing in Boulder in a sustainable fashion that has community support, that will decrease traffic because you will bring middle and low income people closer to their jobs, and that will help our social equity in a very big way. And I really would like to ask you to find a way for us to move forward with this pilot. And in David's presentation, you have seen hopefully a way how we can move forward with this with limited staff involvement, because I completely understand that we are very resource constrained right now. Thank you for your service, and have a good night.
Thank you, David. And finally, we have Mike Zawitkowski. Mike, you're up.
Mike, you're live, but you need to unmute, please.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Excellent. So I'm a member of the community that lives near the Mount Hope Lutheran Church, and I see this piece of property as influential, to say the least. In talking with my fellow neighbors, the possibilities of realizing the full potential of this property are almost as exciting as the risks and the concerns that are stress-inducing. And I'd like to touch a little bit on opportunity, but also on the risk. I have no idea whether rezoning the Mount Hope Lutheran Church property would be a good idea or a bad idea. There's not really a lot of information to go on at this time. The written proposal mentioned wanting to change it to one of 4 different zones. And we've also heard mentioned the mixed use that Timmy Duggan mentioned earlier. So that's a total of 8 out of 33 possible zones that are available to properties in the city of Boulder. And if we had more information, I feel like it might be better to sort out what the development plan looks like, and we could more easily decide whether such a plan is best served by keeping the zone as it is or changing it to one of not 4, but the 33 possible classifications. I also want to share a word of caution based on the risk concerned when looking at what other cities have gone through when working with churches to make better use of their land. There are some examples where collaboration between the community and a developer and the church have gone really well, but there are unfortunately a lot more where they've been exploited. Atlanta, Denver, San Antonio, New York have all faced challenges in this regard. There's, in fact, in the city of New York, the state of New York has a division, the Charities Bureau with the Attorney General's Office, that reviews all development deals involving churches to make sure that the nonprofits are not being scammed. So because of this risk, I want to ask that we exercise caution. We work together to find the best solution for this piece of property, whether that's the current zone or something new.
Great. Thank you, Mike. And with that, we'll bring public comment on this to a close and bring it back to council. I would like to start by just reiterating if council members have any questions, let's start with those. And if not, we can move into discussion. So Mirabah, your hand is still up. I'm not sure if that's current. Okay, so Mary, your question?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So the first one is about the Mount Hope Lutheran property. And I just wanted to better understand what the process would look like for outreaching to the community and trying to figure out the appropriate land use for that parcel, if that were to happen.
Thank you, Mary. And I would like to just acknowledge a number of the comments from the community members there. We absolutely agree that this is very early in the process. And again, with the screening process is just the first step to say, we're interested in looking at this. There are a lot of the issues that were brought up and a range of possibilities. As to why we thought, let's learn a little bit more. It may be premature, but we'd like to have that opportunity to talk to the community. The planning board also recommended that we involve the youth of the area, there being both schools there. And so we reached out to the Growing Up Boulder folks to start to brainstorm what that might look like through this process. So while we don't have a full engagement plan, we will. And I think that this is a great opportunity to talk to the community, understand, we think we've just put our toe in the water of understanding concerns, the intersection and others being very important, but also what those opportunities were. Comments from the planning board expressed interest in this could be a good site to really further our goals around 15-minute neighborhoods. And so we just want to look at it a little bit further and talk to the community about what that would look like.
Thank you, Jean. And then my other question is, I'm trying really hard to understand what's happening over at the Odell property. So you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but here's how I understand it right now. Is the underlying land use is MUI, which is mixed use industrial, correct? And then the zoning on it is IG. And the identified issue is that housing is only allowed in IG zoning if the parcel is 2 acres or larger. And then on top of that, there is the Gun Barrel Town Plan, which has outlined a different kind of zoning that cannot be overlaid on MUI. And so the request is to change the underlying zoning so that you can then match the Gun Barrel Town Plan. I mean, to change the underlying land use to to match the zoning that has been called out in the town plan. Is that what it is?
My understanding as well. And again, this being the beginning of the process, we would be, we need to be looking at the analysis to determine whether a change in land use would be supportable.
And and I guess another question would be, concurrently, we also have the use table project going on, correct? Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that that's another potential route to take with this parcel, is to look at the use table for the IG zone and see if that can be changed to allow housing at a parcel that is under 2 acres. Is that another route that could be taken?
I'm not sure I can speak to that, but we can certainly take a look at that process.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I would like to better understand what exactly the proposal is and why, especially in light of this is a land banking effort on behalf of Boulder Housing Partners. So that overlays on top of everything that is my understanding. It overlays the whole idea that you can come for a zoning change when you actually, no, you can't, when you start to develop it? Not, you can't come for a zoning change, I understand, in this process, which is why I'm a little confused. But you can come for a zoning change to match the plans that are in place when you come forward with a development plan. That's my understanding.
So I have Rachel and Aaron here. I'd like to colloquy. So if Rachel and Aaron, are you going to colloquy on this or separate question?
Have at it.
Okay, so Aaron, I saw you nodding. Are you going to colloquy?
You go ahead, Sam, but I did want to speak on this, but you go ahead.
Okay, great. Mary, I appreciate those questions. They're very good questions. It seems to me like the crucial issue here is, do we need to make a land use change in order for future development to be about housing? So if there's a way, as Mary has described, to be able to get a appropriate density of affordable housing to be supportable by just doing a zoning change, it seems that Mary is right. In the site plan review, for instance, you'd be able to bring in the site plan and a zoning change application, if I recall correctly. So I think the real question, I'd be fine advancing this to the next level, but I think the real question here is the land use change necessary to get the zoning that's needed? If the Boulder Housing Partners wants to put affordable housing here. So if it is required to make a land use change in order to achieve that goal, I think this should continue on the process. If you could do it strictly with zoning changes on top of the current land use, I would think that you would just do the zoning change as a separate thing. So I think the question about whether we should follow through with this has to do with, is the land use change needed in order to get to the outcome that Boulder Housing Partners would like. I'll come back to it, but I have a separate question about the schedule, but I'd like to go ahead to Aaron right now to colloquy as well.
Yeah, thanks for those questions, Mary. And I think, Sam, you said it well. And the thing is, I'm not sure that you could do it with just a zoning change because there's the industrial land use. And so I'm not sure what zone you could switch it to that would be industrial, but that would still support housing. I can't promise, but I think maybe that all those industrial zones may have that 2 acre threshold. Anyway, if we move it forward for further study, all of these issues would be uncovered, and so we could learn more. Just one other thing, I think on the use table bit, if my memory serves me correctly, the enabling of housing in industrial zones isn't the use tables per se, but a separate section in the Title IX code that allows residential and industrial zones and specifies how that's done. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, Steph.
Thanks, Aaron. And just to thank you and both Sam and Aaron for simplifying the question, because yeah, mine was a little more complicated, but thanks.
It's a little wacky.
Okay. Just to finish, Mary, are you done with this particular application?
Yes, I am. I'm done with my questions. That's all I had.
Okay, so I just have one more question on this one, as long as we're on this application, which is just to make sure that we understand all the staff referenced land use proposals and all of the public applications for land use proposals have been assembled, and then this one came in afterwards. Is it unusual for staff to bring something like this forward, or is it considered, because it's staff, it's in a different category? Like, how do you square the question about whether this slipped in under the wire unfairly or not?
Right. And that was the question that we asked the planning board as well. We recognized that this was, the timing was just such that we didn't know about it earlier in the process. And because of there being staff work to help with this process moving forward, and it being such a critical comp planning and community goal for the permanently affordable housing, we just wanted to pose it to the planning board and to the council if it would be helpful to trying to achieve that outcome. We felt like we could at least start that conversation and that analysis through part of this update process.
Great, thank you. That's my last question on this. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks. So some of the speakers just confused me a little bit. So in request number 3, 750 North Street, we said that the work is beyond the scope of the midterm update. And then David said, can we get a nod, a 9 to ask staff to do a little pilot? I just wanted to know from Jean, what is he indicating, what's possible there?
You know, I'm not entirely clear as to how that might unfold. I think that we need to be careful with any of these types of changes in these residential areas that, you know, what is a pilot? What does that mean? What's the wider applicability? As we know, you know, people will want to participate with this, and we need to have a process where folks can do that. We just don't really have a sense of what that scope might be to undertake that at this time.
Okay, so I guess I'll come back to that in discussion. And then on the request number 4 for TVAP phase 2, Danica talked about that one, and at the bottom of the staff recommendation, it looks like we're sort of recommending a baby step for it. Can you clarify kind of what is happening and what is not happening with that request?
Sure. So as Danica mentioned, and I mentioned earlier, the implementation plan for the Transit Village Area Plan sets out these 2 phases. 2A, which is the west side of 30th Street, that can be accomplished potentially sooner than the rest with some of the infrastructure planning for Bluff Street. The rest requires a little more work, and it has been since 2007, when the list of potential public improvements was developed within the plan. We need to take another look at that. And from what I understand with my team and our team with transportation and utilities, that's going to take a bit of work to really look through what are the public improvements, and then to try to identify funding in support of them. Rachel, does that answer your question as to the differences in the areas?
Yeah, it's enough. Yeah, thanks.
Great. So we got Mark next, and Aaron, your hand is still up. Do you want to go after Mark? Okay, thank you. Mark?
Hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I fully respect the fact that we are constrained in terms of staffing and resources at the moment, but I'm a little uncomfortable with picking winners and losers on that basis alone. given our previously lax adherence to deadlines with respect to the comp plan, has staff given any thought to Donna George's suggestion that maybe we put it off for a year or two? And if that doesn't make sense, why wouldn't that make sense?
So Gina, I think that's to you.
Yeah, that's probably.
That's for you.
I think that we've been evaluating a lot of the pieces of our work plan in recent weeks, and we think that this level of analysis, the proposals that have been made that we've recommended moving forward, and the staff-initiated changes, keeping that scope narrow for the policy changes that are, adopted plans and adopted policies can go ahead and move forward this year, following the direction that Planning Board and Council provided at the end of the year to try to get this done this year. I think that we've tried to weigh out, like this one probably could wait. There's not an urgent need with that, but we have other projects that are needing of staff attention as well.
Okay, I'm just, my concern is that there are other projects that may have merit, and they're being put on the sideline on this basis alone, and they may be worthy projects, and it's an uncomfortable position to be in, to be picking those winners and losers, and there seem to be many more losers than winners at the moment.
Okay. Anything else, Mark?
No, that's it.
Okay. Mirabai wants to colloquy on this.
I just wanted to say, the reply was that it was direction by council, and that was prior to the pandemic and what was happening. So I think a reevaluation, and what Donna did bring up was something I've been hearing, that, again, because this, I think, a large portion of these updates affect Gun Barrel. I've, again, been hearing that call out that a lot of people who either don't have internet access, might not be as familiar with internet procedures with Zoom, would like to see this when they could participate further, and that they feel like their voice is not being heard. And so again, when we gave that direction, I just would like to make it very clear, this was prior to a pandemic. And so now, with the world having changed, I think that we could possibly look at adjusting to, because as Mark says, there are some very good ideas here that I think deserve some very serious concern, so that we don't end up in situations like Heather Payne.
Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, and this was kind of a separate question, but it sort of ends up piggybacking on Mark and Mirabai's point. So it seems like a fair number of these things maybe don't have to be done at a mid or major update. So like the changing land use does, but my understanding though is that, like, say TVAP phase 2, we could kick that off as a work plan project any year, correct, without needing to do it as part of a major or minor update?
That's correct.
And I think similarly, like Donna's proposal for getting all the open space land use correct, like that kind of house cleaning kind of project, would we need to do that at a major or midterm update?
Those changes, looking to my comp plan of the types of changes, we can do map only changes at any time, typically within around an area planning or sub-community planning process. I will say that the full look at some of the cleanups, we're trying to have that underway. We're going to take a look at a lot of those that are in the East Boulder subcommunity, both in Area 1 and Area 2, and develop a framework for assessing those so that we can continue to do that work and identify any of the controversial ones to bring forward with the next major update.
Okay. Well, maybe you could let us know, because I have some vague memory of there being a clause somewhere that if a change is essentially a cleanup to correct something that's wrong, that doesn't require some major additional process. So maybe you could get back to us on that. So just that I think we could, like, I'm very interested in TVAP phase 2 just at some point, but I get that today is probably not the day to start it given the staff constraints, but we could start it before too long if we can find the time. It's just, and similarly with other projects.
That's true, and there are a number of these that we have identified on the comp plan action plan in anticipation of them being in the work plan in this time between the midterm update and the major update.
Great, thanks.
Great, and Aaron, if I could just ask a clarifying question. I agree with you, and the two that you pointed out were, I think, spot on. Those are two that were not recommended by planning board, if I recall correctly. So this is just kind of a side note saying that we could move forward on TDAP. We could move forward potentially on cleanup. Correct? You're not suggesting we do anything different from what the planning board does?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we haven't gotten to comments yet, but just my point is that if we don't take any of those up, which planning board already hasn't, that doesn't mean that we can't bring them back in a year or two versus having to wait 5 years for the next major update.
Yeah, just making sure I understood. Thank you. So nearby.
And the planning board did list the TVAP as one of the items to try to prioritize in the near term.
Yeah. So everybody's hand is down. Mary, at you again.
It's me again. So I have this question is for Chris. So a couple months ago, I believe it was like kind of at the beginning of the stay at home, you and I had a conversation about delaying the midterm update. And if I recall correctly, your thoughts were that it could easily be done because it was like policy and text changes and some map changes to reflect things that have happened with open space purchases and things like that. At that point in time, had you anticipated this many public requests? And if so, about how many had you anticipated? Yeah, that's my question.
Sure. Thanks, Mary, and good evening, Council. As Mary and I discussed when the stay-at-home orders first began and we were talking about the work plan, we kind of looked at, there's multiple options that Council could take for the BVCP update. One of those is to kind of proceed with the update as is. Another one could be to proceed with the update, but really focus on what are the key changes that need to be done as a part of this update. And as many of the speakers tonight referred to, the plan really is a community plan. That's why we have this request process, which is important. We will have another opportunity for those requests. So we could focus on just a few requests for this update. And then there'd be another opportunity to consider those requests at the next update. Or Council could just pause the midterm update completely and return to it at a future work plan. So as a part of then the work plan discussion that we had 2 weeks ago, we talked about what the different approaches for the various planning department work items could be. Charles walked through those. We believe that the comp plan update proceeding with these requests as are and with the staff recommendations is manageable based on the resources and then with the reductions in staffing that have occurred this week. And then some of the items that the planning board referred to that council members have just been talking about related to things like TVAP phase 2, those are all items, as council will recall, that we discussed and are on the potential docket for discussion in January for reprioritization. And so we're still queued up to be able to consider those. So Mary, does that help answer and kind of recap that conversation?
Yeah, and I have just another follow-up question. I appreciate your memories better than mine. And then what criteria were used to select of the several public requests? What criteria were used to sort those out from which ones go forward and which ones wouldn't? Kind of along Mark's question about picking winners and losers, and there must have been some sort of a set of criteria that you all used to figure that out. And so what was that?
There is, Mary, and the criteria is set forth pretty clearly in the comp plan for the midterm update. These are to be minor policy additions and clarifications, not intended to be a time for major policy changes. And then the resource factor weighs heavily and is clearly outlined in the comp plan for this criteria. So while we've tried to figure out how we can move some of these forward, we know that some of the ones that are really going to be complex and require a lot of process don't meet that criteria of being minor policy additions or clarifications, or to be ones that we have the resources at this point to take on. And so those were, the comp plan provided those criteria.
Thanks, Jean. That's all I have.
Mary, we've got Mirabai, and then I have one last question.
Yeah, I was just wondering if staff could give just a quick explanation of the time involved in accepting 10 through 12 or changing it to open space, just because, again, that's not something I wasn't on planning board. So to me, it sounds like we would just be designating something and it wouldn't take as much staff time, but an explanation of what it would actually entail would be appreciated.
Right, and I think that the complexity regarding those parcels is about both that just changing a land use designation doesn't really address ownership, redevelopment, development rights, and the policy direction from the comprehensive plan for those parcels. So while it's a bigger question than just the land use designation.
Thanks, Jean.
Great. And I have a final question here. I'm seeing the other hands up. Request number 8 was specific to map inaccuracies, so land use designation inaccuracies. It seemed to me like many of those were in the county, and it said something like perhaps a few are within the city. Of the 4 or 5 that planning board advanced, would map inaccuracies have any impact on how those would be looked at?
I'm sorry, Sam. The planning didn't really discuss this one particularly, so I'm trying to understand what you're asking.
So my only question is, I haven't gone through chapter and verse of all the land use designations that Ms. George thinks might be inaccurate. So the question was, of the land use change proposals that planning board accepted, would any of those be affected by any map inaccuracies?
Well, the couple of the public applications that folks brought up, the one up at 47th Street and also the one on Hillside that we are recommending to move forward, are about errors and inaccuracies, and they're pretty straightforward questions. What I think is difficult about and I recognize that, and I think—
Jean, may I interrupt briefly? So I get that those 2 are about map inaccuracies, but neither of those 2 were referenced particularly by Ms. George, right? In number 8. Number 8 does not reference those 2.
Number 8 was really more about some of the open space designations and some of the public designations, especially in the unincorporated areas. And there are a lot of those that we need to get a little deeper to understand why those designations were made. We have to do some analysis to understand some of the history of that and to look at parcel lines versus mapping lines. So it's to do that we think that needs to be done comprehensively, and we need to take the time to do it.
Okay, so I don't disagree. I think, errors should be fixed. As long as none of those errors have any bearing on what, at least the ones that have been put forward by planning board, then I don't think it's germane to what's been put forward. That's all I was asking. I was trying to understand if there's any overlap between number 8 and any of the others that have been passed. So that's it for me. Let me see if there's hands up nearby. Your hand is still up. Do you have anything additional? Okay, no. Okay, great. Well, I think we're done with questions then. So I think we want to move to council discussions and then eventually a motion. So would anyone like to kick us off? I can if no one wants to jump in. Adam.
Process question, actually. Are we going to go down the list one by one, or are we going to popcorn it, or what's sort of the plan?
I think each council member can adopt their own plan. In a sense, I would think we would just kind of generally each of us say what we think. I don't think we have to go one by one, but that's up to each council member themselves. I wouldn't go one by one.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. Aaron?
I can kick us off here. So, I mean, I thought that the planning board did great work on this. I mean, the staff has analyzed these things pretty thoroughly and have figured out what they can and can't do in a resource constrained time period while still moving, some things forward that could benefit the community. And, planning board's unanimous recommendation was to kind of take that approach moving forward. So I thought that was a good approach. I agreed with them, though, that there are a lot of opportunities here that we'd hate to sit on the vine for another 5 years. And so, of course, we're busy with the work plan and such, but to be able to get back to something would sooner than this 5 years, like things like TVAP phase 2, or looking at Diagonal Plaza. So as we move forward and get back a little bit towards normalcy, I'd love to see us look for some more of those opportunities to, enable some more 15-minute neighborhoods and affordable housing in different parts of the city. And then the one kind of other thing I'll put out there is just to ask staff if we have any ability to look at the Goose Creek Land Trust idea that in a way that does not take 3 to 5 years of setting up processes for pilot programs. So that would be my one other request, is to see if we could work with them on something that could get us some additional kind of affordable housing in an innovative way in a shorter time period.
Thank you, Aaron. Mark Wallach.
I wanted to key off something that Aaron said, and it's a process question. If things do go back to normal in a couple of years, what is our capability of, let's say in 2021, what is our capability, if any, to add items to our review and add them to the comp plan update? Do we have that flexibility? If things are different in 2021, can we begin to add some things back in if we think it appropriate?
Well, I think that we can certainly take on some of these different planning processes and planning projects, that don't necessarily have to be part of the midterm update, but then could also result in changes to the comp plan once we complete the process and determine what those changes should be. We have that ability.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Well, I'm going to jump in here. There's no hands raised, so I want to compliment staff for your very thorough job at assessing each of these and then getting them presented to planning board. I agree with Aaron. I think planning board did a really good job. I know that they more or less took the staff recommendations on most things, but it sounds like they had a pretty robust discussion. of them, I want to make a few comments on some of the specific issues that are at hand. I also want to agree with Aaron in the following sense that there are some things here that really are planning projects, right? They're not simple land use map changes. So the 750 North Street, that's a pilot. And that's a pilot that's totally undefined as to how we would do the community engagement, what we would do. I mean, my heart goes out to the folks who have been working on this project because they've been working on it since I first got on council. So it's a dream that they would like to see happen. And I agree with Aaron that it would be good if it didn't have to wait till the next update to do it. The challenge we have, obviously, is what we wrestled with at our retreat, which is we have tons of planning projects, all of which would be good and beneficial, and it's a matter of rank ordering them. TVAP, by the way, except for west of 30th Street, is a monster undertaking. That could probably take up half of the planning staff's long-range planning bandwidth because there's so much infrastructure that has to happen there and such a major change. So I think that little piece of TVAP phase 2 that's on the west side of 30th should proceed because I don't think that's a heavy lift, but just so we all know, TVAP phase 2 is a really, really big deal. So 750 North, TVAP phase 2, as Aaron said, those are both essentially planning projects for the future, one of which is relatively easier and one of which is relatively harder. When it comes to next, the Lutheran Church, I think the outcomes here could be, as people said, really beneficial for the neighborhood, or they could be detrimental to the neighborhood. And a lot of it's going to depend on the details of that plan and what the zoning is going to dictate. And I think transportation is an issue that has to be looked at for that one. But by and large, I think it should go forward. I think it should get more analysis. I think the fact that there's a big affordable housing component that's part of that is another reason to dig in pretty deeply and see what we can do with that. So I just wanted to say, I think that's a good project, but I think we need to be careful with it to make sure that we're setting it up for success here at the land use designation phase.
Sam, do you mind if I colloquy on that real quick?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks for saying that. And I wanted to speak to some of the folks in public comment who are like about that parcel in particular, who were concerned about a zoning change. And just to make it clear that what we're doing tonight is not changing the zoning. It's not approving a development. It's simply authorizing staff to investigate and analyze whether the land use should be changed, which then could potentially eventually lead to a zoning change, which could potentially eventually lead to a development project. So this is really a small step along the way, and there'll be lots of community engagement all along those steps. So there's nothing final being done here tonight, just more analysis. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. And I want to speak at a higher level. I mean, that covers most of the yeses and the interesting no's in the sense of things that are big planning processes. The bulk of these, the remainder, at least that have been put forward by planning board, seem fairly small. The Lutheran Church being an exception to that, but the others, a couple of them are corrections of mapping that probably wasn't done right in the first place. And so it looks to me like this is not, the yeses here are not a really heavy lift for staff. I will point out that Odell came in late, and I think we need to be careful about that. Because it's affordable housing, because it's kind of an odd parcel that it's unclear what the ultimate disposition will really need to be there. I'd like to see it move forward, but I do think that we should take a lesson from this and set a deadline for the next process. That's like, if it is come in time for X, that we should do it that way. And if not, we should just cut it off and it'll have to wait. Because I think it creates a sense of unfairness for the public applicants because they had a hard deadline and this one kind of slipped. But I think it's worthy of consideration and staff is bringing it forward. So it's a little bit different and it's with one of our important community partners. So With all that being said, I think generally I'm going to be supportive of going forward with what Planning Board recommends, which is what staff recommends. I do have one more comment that I want to put out there, generally speaking, and that's around gun barrel. So gun barrel is, for us, a very complicated issue because there's a big part of the residential area in what is called gun barrel, which has city services and which the city could annex those properties should we choose to. We would never do that. We would much prefer that any annexation we do in gun barrel be driven by the community wanting to come into the city. However, the status quo is that many of those county properties are not in the city. We do not represent the residents of Gun Barrel who receive city services but are not within the city's boundary. I have long wondered why people in Gun Barrel would not want to be part of the city. The only downside that I can possibly see to being annexed into the city is that your property taxes may go up by 10 to 15%, depending on a lot of things. But for that small property tax increase, the residents in Gun Barrel would have full access to all city council members. You get to vote on who they are. And then when you speak about what you would like to see in your community, it will be received as from constituents rather than from unincorporated county neighbors. So I would just encourage generally the Gun Barrel community to consider whether there would be advantages to annexing, big chunks of the Gun Barrel neighborhoods into the city, so that the planning can involve everyone who lives out there more easily. Because when we get comments from folks in unincorporated Gun Barrel, it has a different feeling than when we get comments, which we had a few tonight, that come from people who are within the city limits. So I'll just make that general comment. I've made it before. I think I would like to see those residential neighborhoods, which receive water and sewer from Boulder, as part of the city, as voting residents of the city, and as, full standing participants in the planning that goes on out there. So I now have Mary and Mirabai.
Thanks, Sam. And I agree with what the points that Sam made regarding the gun barrel area. And so, just think about that. I think that another point that was brought up by, I believe it was Jean earlier, when she was describing the projects and the criteria, as one of the things that they considered was controversial nature of some of these projects. And I think that that's a really important consideration given the situation that we're in terms of the pandemic, is that people are focused on many other things other than fighting over land use issues, basically, and to create a divisiveness in the community because there's some sort of a land use conversation that is happening, I think is not a good place to go with the community. I think we need to keep our community as united as we can, and to introduce some sort of a divisive project, I think would not be a good idea. So that's, a conversation that has to do with the TLAG requests is what I'm referring to. I also agree with Sam about Odell and the way it came forward. It does have a look of unfairness. And like Sam, it does meet an important need. And so we need to look at it, but I would like to make sure that what we do is analyze what can be done with making zoning changes at the point where a site plan review comes forward. And then I would like to agree with Aaron and with Sam about TVAP and 750 North Street. TVAP, that would be our gigantic undertaking, not just with the infrastructure, but how would the infrastructure get paid for and who would pay for it? I mean, that would be just huge conversations with all the property owners, and it's a huge, huge project. So I do agree that at some point it could be a planning project, as could Diagonal Plaza, area plan for that matter. So I'll be supporting the planning board recommendations, and that's all I have.
We have Mirabai, Mark, and Adam. Mirabai?
So first I'll start off with Broadway and say that I understand that it's not a land use change and that staff is just going to be researching, but based on what the residents are saying, that they are just hearing about this and haven't had any input or any participation yet, I'm not going to be voting for this. I think that we need to work with our residents first before we start putting things like this on our plate. I think this is one of the big issues that cause unrest and concern and people getting divisive within the community because we didn't reach out first, and all of a sudden they have this possible land use change in front of them and they don't understand what's going on and why because they weren't reached out to. So I won't be supporting that. As for Odell, though I think it's needed, and I would have supported it if it had followed the rules as everyone else did, I will not be supporting that either. I think it sets a bad precedent again and causes divisiveness within the community because others have worked very hard to follow the rules and cross the T's and dot the I's, and I don't think it's fair to those residents. So even though I think it's an excellent project, I think that they need to follow the rules, and I do understand it came in just under the wire, but what if the residents had come up with something under the wire? That's not fair to them. I would like to see this pushed off until 2020 as residents have requested just because of what is going on, and I think that a lot more people would like to be involved. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm just stating that that's what I would like to see because so much of this does surround Gun Barrel, and I am only the second council member to ever come from this area, and I actually am a paying resident of the city myself. I will say that I think the residents, there are still many in the city, they need an area plan, and I know that they would like to be deeply involved in that. So having anything else built out here, which is massively over capacity and going into King Soopers is a nightmare. You can never find parking and food's often not on the shelf. Though I think the King Soopers employees try very, very hard to accommodate. I think that any more development out here without a plan is unwarranted. I won't support it myself. And in terms of 8 through 12, I'll be supporting those, although again, I understand most of council will not. I think this is a very, very clear issue with the hydrology reports that the residents themselves raise money for to get those studies, and that it's a clear wildlife corridor. People are sitting here begging us, and I understand they might be unincorporated, but regardless, I still feel like they are still part of our community and they need to be heard. And it's just unbelievable to me that we're continuing this conversation and not having people listen to a very, very loud group of widely ranged residents out here who are telling you what they want and asking you, and it's not all of their fault that they are not part of the community of Boulder City and tax-paying residents. So again, I understand it most likely is not going to go through, but I just want to be very clear for the record that I do support 8 through 10. So that's all I have to say.
Everybody. Then we have Mark and Adam.
Yeah, I will agree with Sam and Mary on Odell. I support it because of the importance of the affordable housing, but this is a situation where I think we need to say this time and that's it. Okay, it does create an impression of unfairness when we do it this way, and I think our rules need to be adhered to. I will make this exception because I do support affordable housing, but I think we need to clean up the process a little bit going forward. I'm going to support the other recommendations of staff but I want to acknowledge that Mirabai is raising some really excellent points. I don't know what planning processes are in place with respect to the gun barrel community, but we've heard enormous amounts of testimony in person and in emails about the lack of open space, the degree of the pace of development out there, the lack of infrastructure. And if we're not addressing that, I really would like to know why we are not addressing that. And I'm not sure it's a good reason to not plan for the area simply because parts of it are not part of the city of Boulder. They are our neighbors, and they deserve a little better than that. So I would urge us to either commence an area plan, a sub-community area plan for gun barrel, or otherwise start to address some of these concerns. I think they're not insubstantial, and we owe that community a bit more attention than we're paying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Adam?
I have a few things to reiterate. Most of what I've been thinking has been said, but I think it's important to say it again to some of them. In general, I'm supportive of what the planning board and staff has brought forth. With a caveat, I am a stickler for process, as you guys have all seen at this point. And to have staff bring something up without or outside of the regular process really does not sit well with me at all. So I would like to see hopefully the same outcome, but done in a different way. We mentioned use tables. I don't know if that's the proper route for that, but I do want to see affordable housing in that space, but I do not support something that happens outside of the process that the regular citizens have to abide by. I think that's what builds distrust in this community, and I don't agree with that. The other two I am generally in agreement for, and I would like to say I am also really interested in finding a way to make small pilot programs possible without a whole bunch of red tape, with proper community input. So I know that's probably something we'd have to put on a work plan, but that is something that, you know, that innovation, we've been starved for that in this community, that small scale innovation. And I think it's proven that there's a lot of dedication to certain projects in this community. And I would hope that those would come to fruition in some sort along the way. So I would be supportive of a pilot program in general in the future. I will say I was a resident of Gun Barrel in recent history, and I do agree that it is sorely lacking a sub-community plan. As far as I know, the largest amount of green space close to Gun Barrel is actually a private country club. And when you think about it that way, that isn't super fair compared to what the rest of the community has in terms of parks and recreational space. And it does often feel like Gun Barrel is an afterthought. And I don't really like that, having lived there a year and seen what it's like to be a member of that community. So while I don't support an open space designation, because primarily I don't think there is one that fits accurately to those parcels, I think we're going to have more and more conversations about Twin Lakes and what that could be in the future. And that is my overall take.
Thank you, Aaron. Junie?
Yes, I'm slightly concerned about how we are going about this process. So we received 12 possible amendments, and right now we're just picking and choosing the ones we want, although we agree with staff and planning board, and not necessarily go with the rest. Is that how we're going about it?
So, Junie, just to give you a little color, Aaron had brought this up before as well. We need multiple bodies to approve these changes. And inside the city, it's the planning board and the city council. If it is something outside of the city, it can involve the county commissioners as well. And so for the inside the city, and that's usually an annexation or land use change that the county, it's currently unincorporated county that we might bring into the city. So Twin Lakes is an example of that. So generally speaking, if the planning board has not said yes to something that has come to us, we can ask them to reconsider it. But if they've said no, like they did to many of the suggestions, then we have to ask them to reconsider. So the reason that kind of you start with what they approved and then you look at everything else is if they approved it, then it's live. And if we approve it, then it can go forward and be analyzed further. So that's kind of a long-winded way of saying if the planning board has said no to it, we have to send it back to them with the request that they re-examine it.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Thank you. I think maybe the only comment I wanted to make, and I think it goes back to when Mark and Mary was talking, as a member of the Financial Strategy Committee, we know that the city is currently going through its budget and looking at the different priorities. And what I was thinking to myself is that some of these projects are well in line or in complementarity to some of the budgetary changes that we will be making. For instance, when we think of affordable housing, of course, we're still working on prioritizing it and whether, essential, important, as we discussed in our own subcommittee meetings. And I'm thinking, as we're trimming the budget, these different projects will have more importance. So I was thinking even when we think of 750 North Street, that's a very important project if, as we look at the budget and we are looking for other opportunities to create more affordable housing, maybe having these private partnerships of local community members somehow facilitating our own priorities, basically.
So Junie, was that a suggestion? Did you have something? Can you hear me? I guess first. So on 750 North Street, the proposals, that's a pilot project. And so we have no rules defined for how a pilot like that would work. And so I think the reason that would be considered more of a planning project than a land use change is because it will require definition of the rules. So I agree that it's something we should speak about, but I don't know that it's going to be easy to fit into this process. Does that make sense, Junie? Do you have any suggestions that you'd like to make?
It does make sense. I hear you. And I think, again, further discussion, as you mentioned, is warranted, is important. What will that look like? I don't know.
I think the next time we're likely to bring this up would be when we review our work plan. So whenever we do the retreat, I know we're talking about in July, taking a brief look, and then maybe another one in January. In July, at least, because we have had so many changes. Anyone else with comments, feedback, suggestions? If not, I think somebody should make a motion. Aaron?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move that we further consider and analyze the following land use map amendments proposed by members of the public, which are the requests number 2, 5, and 7. That's Hillside Road, 47th Street, and South Broadway, as well as the staff proposed suggestion on proposal on Odell Street.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Aaron, would you like to speak to your motion?
I already mostly spoke to it, but I just wanted to piggyback on some comments from other folks just about, I do feel like the gun barrel area needs more attention. And so planning board included that in their recommendations as well. And so there's a sub-community plan, which I think would be great to get to at some point before too long. And then just that we need to keep an eye on the services and the amenities for gun barrel. I've been hopeful that we would work towards getting a library branch there before too long, and that we can prioritize some park improvements and things like that. So just that, you know, the area does deserve more attention than it's getting. So just wanted to mention that. But and then just to reiterate my request to staff that they think about a way that we could do something, work with the Goose Creek folks in a shorter time frame rather than a very long one.
Great, and I didn't catch who the second was. Who seconded? Mary. Okay, Mary, would you like to speak to this?
I mostly said what I wanted to, but I just want to second what Aaron just said regarding gun barrel. It is kind of a not given the attention that it should get. And part of it is that, as Sam spoke earlier, annexation is a concern. I think, you know, it's about if folks want libraries and parks, they have to be willing to pay for it. And that's really what it comes down to. And that's what annexation does, is it provides the property tax revenue to be able to provide those amenities.
Great, thank you, Mary. And Mirabai has her hand up. Mirabai?
Oh, I just wanted to be clear that I'll be voting no on this, but only because of the Odell section and not because I don't support the affordable housing. I just don't think that it, as Adam said, brings trust to the government when we hold people to different standards. So I guess because this is under one motion, I'll have to vote no, although I do support everything else. So just for the record.
Thank you, Mirabai. Adam?
And I'll say the same, except I'm going to vote in the affirmative since I support 2 out of the 3. But there is the Odell I do not support because of the way it was gone about. Thank you.
Great, and that's everyone with their hand up. So I think we're ready for a vote. This is last call if you want to make a comment. Seeing none, all in favor of Aaron's motion, raise your hand. You can do it visibly. I'll just have a look. So Mark, Sam, Rachel, Adam, Aaron, Junie, Bob, and Mary. So that's 8. And opposed? Mirabai is opposed. So the motion passes 8-1. Okay, so we have 2 more small items left. I'm going to propose.
If I can, just to clarify, we had proposed 2 motions, and one was really about the other staff initiated text and policy and map changes. Aaron, was your intent that your motion was all encompassing of all of the staff?
Oh yeah, I was reading the motion language from the memo, but yeah, please consider that to include the text and map changes as well.
Okay, thank you.
And that's how I understood the motion as well, all encompassing.
Yep.
Yeah, did anyone vote yes who did not understand the motion? No, and Mirabai voted no, I think for reasons that were separate from that. So Jean, I think this includes everything that staff had brought forward.
Thank you very much for the very thoughtful discussion. We appreciate the direction.
Very good. Thank you all very much. Thanks to planning staff. I know this is a big deal, and if it passes, it will be the first time in recent memory that we've passed a comp plan update in the same year that it has a number on it. So we've got to cross our fingers, right?
Thank you, Jean.
Goals.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jean.
So we have 2 more items on the agenda. I would normally have tried to fit a break in there somewhere, but there wasn't a natural spot to do that. So our last 2 are matters from the city manager. There's the CARES Act and the public outreach for Excel negotiations. We think this will be 15 minutes. Shall we power on and get this done? Okay, very good. Jane, I think it's over to you now.
Thank you so much. So I'll start off discussing the CARES Act funding. So as you know, the state of Colorado received significant funding from the federal government through the CARES Act. Several counties received substantial sums, and they have distributed those funds to themselves and to the municipalities within their locations. Last week, the state made the determination that what is now turning out to be $217.8 million would be shared with the remaining counties and municipalities in the state. And they have tasked the Department of Local Affairs as the organization that will be distributing those funds. The Department of Local Affairs has come up with a process for moving that forward. So what they have asked is they've asked the municipalities in every county to work together and with their county to come up with a plan or a strategy for how the funds within that county should be distributed and for what sorts of things. Boulder County is one of the most populous remaining counties who didn't originally get funding. And so in Boulder County, all of the municipalities and the county are entitled to around $28 million. What has happened is that in the city of Boulder, I have asked a cross-departmental team to be gathering data about the costs and expenses that we've incurred as a result of the pandemic. And that team has representatives that are working together with the county and other municipalities on a weekly meeting. The first meeting was yesterday to come up with a strategy for our county about the sorts of things that we would all apply for to get reimbursed. We will have to apply separately and submit our expense reports, I guess I'll call them, separately in order to get reimbursed from the Department of Local Affairs. Boulder County is not the distributing agent, it's DOLA. So among the things that we are brainstorming with our colleagues in Boulder County are, of course, getting reimbursed for medical and protective supplies, cleaning services that we've had to have for our buildings and equipment, pay for employees who have been substantially dedicated to COVID response. For example, the COVID Recovery Center that we established, we should be getting reimbursed for that. We hope to get reimbursed for the Health Equity Fund and Human Service Fund payments that we made to Attention Homes, EFA, and others. We contributed money to a grant program for small businesses. We hope to get reimbursed for that. Some communities are concerned about an increase in unemployment insurance, and so we're looking into whether or not we would qualify for that. We also put forward some housing fund and housing health equity funding to EFA. I think I mentioned that. And then we had a rental assistance partnership with Boulder Housing Partners. So we have spent quite a bit of money, as have other communities, and of course the county, even more than the municipalities. So we're working together to come up with a strategy, and we can report back to you as time goes on.
Great. Thank you, Jane. And in the interest of time and the late hour, I would suggest that council members who have thoughts on what we could use money for that's directly related to our response to the coronavirus, send those in to staff, to other council members, and to members of the public who might be listening. Similarly, if you could submit your thoughts on this. I will give an example. Bob earlier tonight had the idea that we could have masks available to multiple different city departments to hand out as a preventative measure. I don't know if that would qualify, but Jane, I believe that this looks at expenses that go forward for about the next year, right? At least at the end of the year?
It goes until the end of the year. So it needs to be expenses that were incurred beginning at a particular date in March through December 30th.
Okay, great. So it can cover things we have not spent yet as long as we plan for it.
Right, and as long as it's COVID related and it's not reimbursing ourselves for lost revenues.
Right, okay. Any other council comments? I see no hands, questions. Okay, I think we're on to the next one.
And the next item is a discussion about community engagement around our discussions with Xcel Energy, and Sarah Huntley will be presenting this.
Good evening, Council. Chris, I do have some slides for this. If you could pull them up, I'd appreciate it. So while he's pulling up the slides, I'll just give a quick background that I think council members are aware of, and it's late, so I'll try to be brief. But we have been asked to pull together a community engagement process under some really interesting constraints. Obviously, the first constraint is the fact that we are in a pandemic. And while we usually would like to bring community members into a room together to have conversations about something of this magnitude, we're going to be having to use a virtual platform. We're also in a time constraint situation because if council wishes to consider any potential franchise agreement, that needs to go on the ballot, which means that these negotiation discussions are happening between now and July in order to accommodate that council decision and discussion near the end of July. So we have come up with a engagement plan that is very cognizant of these challenges that we face. And I just wanted to set the stage for that as I go through a couple of slides. Chris, are you going to pass the control to me?
Sarah, I did just pass control to you, so you should be able to accept it, and then you should be good to click.
Chris, it says I have control, but it's not advancing the slides, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'll click for you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are proposing a phased approach to engagement around this issue, and using the success of the analogy that OSMP used for its master plan to call phases windows, so people have a clear image of them opening up for engagement and then shutting, so we have time to evaluate what we've heard. We're proposing 3 windows. The first, which we're currently already in, is from now through early July. And this is a community feedback window where we really want to have a period of ideation from community members. You can see here that we have a couple of objectives that are listed, but mostly our primary objective is to provide the community with opportunities to share feedback about what the city should seek in negotiations and create a platform for the negotiating team to incorporate that feedback into their consideration as they meet with everybody involved in these discussions. We want to hear from a variety of perspectives, and we want to find a way to honor those who have been involved and have lots of information to share while also inviting others into the conversation. We are anticipating doing that through a series of listening sessions, which I will outline in just a moment. But I think it's important to understand that the next phase really is a phase where we report back out to the community, a negotiator report out between mid-June and through July, where the negotiating team on the city side comes back and helps the community understand what they heard during the feedback and how they intend to use that information, as well as some assessment of which ideas might be workable and could come to the table and which are unlikely to be successful. We think it's really important that if the negotiating team believes an idea that the community has brought forward isn't viable, that we should explain that at some point and explain why. So this is why it's sort of a, let's get the input in window 1, let's respond to the input in window 2. We also want to be able to share updates on the negotiation process in window 2. And then if at the end of windows 1 and 2, and at the end of July, there is a set of agreements for council to consider, and there's the possibility of it going onto the ballot. We also have started to just think about what window 3 might be, which would be a time period basically in August. It says August through final ordinance adoption, but final ordinance adoption would likely have to happen by the end of August. So we're basically talking the month of August, where we're really in an informed stage, where we ensure the community is informed about the key points of the agreement and what they're being asked to decide. We could answer factual questions. We could not participate in any campaigning. Chris, next slide, please. So we think it's important for the community to know what they can expect in each of these windows. So in window 1, the window that we're in now, we're going to be having online town halls to gather ideas and feedback. We are anticipating building out a Be Heard Boulder page for people who want to participate online in more of a written way. We're doing updates at city council meetings. In addition to this presentation, there are updates scheduled at your next couple of meetings. We are going to have up-to-date web and social media content. We'll have consistent communication, primarily using the climate and energy email newsletters. We have thousands of people signed up to that newsletter, so it's a really great communication channel. And we will have publicly accessible summaries of community feedback. During window 2, we'll also have public meetings that provide updates on negotiations. Again, they will likely be online meetings. We'll have clarity on how the city used public feedback. And if the answer to some of the ideas is no, we'll have why not explanations. And then during window number 3, we do consistent, clear, accessible communication, web, print, and social media content. Next slide, please. So what's on the table? What are we actually asking for community members to help inform council, and in particular, Sam and Bob, who are on the negotiating team, but all of council about? So during this first window, you had already invited people to start emailing you, and you've gotten a fair number of really well thought out emails from a variety of perspectives. And we thought it would be helpful for people to know that the emails that are most helpful during this period are feedback on the kinds of discussion items and negotiation terms that could help us promote our climate mobilization action plan, equity and resilience goals, the climate targets we've set as a community, and the broader energy future goals. So the 3 Ds that Sam talked about previously, which is decarbonization, decentralization, and democratization. In window number 2, we're going to want to have some feedback specific to the agreement as it begins to take shape. And then in window number 3, our primary question we'll be asking ourselves is the community getting the information it needs to make an informed choice? Next slide, please. So to be more specific, the engagement tactics that we've confirmed we will be doing in window number 1 are a series of virtual town hall listening sessions. This says 4, we actually are anticipating having 5. So there's 3 for general residents and just population customers of an electric system. These are already scheduled for June 5th, June 10th, and June 24th. They'll be 90 minutes each, and they will be done in an online platform. We are anticipating that those 3 sessions and the subsequent other 2 more targeted sessions will be facilitated by Heather Bergman. She's agreed to provide objective, neutral facilitation of these conversations. The other 2 dates that we're still trying to nail down are specifically to have sessions that are designed to answer questions of key customer accounts and businesses, because they might be a little bit different in nature than the questions that residents might have. We also are hoping to have a Spanish first listening session. We're just trying to confirm the date with our interpreter, and then we'll be publicizing information about that. What we're anticipating during these 90-minute sessions is a presentation that's probably going to be about 20 to 30 minutes, just covering how we've gotten to this point, what the goals are, and Sam and Bob will give an overview of the negotiation process. We also anticipate, Xcel Energy has told us that they're committed to having an individual from high levels of the organization at each of these sessions, primarily to listen so they can hear firsthand what community members are saying and what we are asking for, so that they get a more rounded out picture of that during the negotiations and the discussions. One thing I do want to say is, so we've made multiple sessions available because we want to give as many people as possible an opportunity to participate. So if you signed up for June 5th, for example, it's really helpful if you don't also sign up for June 10th and June 24th, so that we can leave those spots available for other community members to participate. This is not a situation where we're counting the number of people who say a particular thing. We are going to consider each and every suggestion that comes in. If a suggestion has only been made by one person, we will consider it. If a suggestion has been made by 20 people, we will consider it. So really, we just want people to have an opportunity to make a suggestion, but not feel like they have to have a lot of people repeating the same suggestion just to be heard. The whole point of these listening sessions is to help everybody be heard and to be able to consider the comments in a constructive way. During this window number 1, people are also continued to be welcomed to email council@bouldercolorado.gov. I know the council members are reading those emails, and that's another wonderful way to reach your council. And then during window number 2, at the moment, we're thinking we would do 2 report out virtual town hall sessions. Again, we just want to have opportunities. If people couldn't make one, they could make the next. So we're at this point thinking about that. We are asking individuals to register for the online sessions, so that we make sure that we are designing the meetings and the platform in a way that accommodates the people who are interested in participating. There's a registration link on our primary page about this, which is at the bouldercolorado.gov website. The local power pages have a section on working with Xcel Energy, and we are putting all of our up-to-date information in that space. Next slide, please. In terms of where people can go to follow this process and get information, we're going to be using many of the communication platforms that the city currently has. So we have our centralized website, we have our electronic newsletters, council updates, media relations, social media, video, and we've been asked really to think about using infographics to explain things that might seem to be very technical in ways that people can understand. I know I find it really helpful to have visual depictions of things that might have to get broken down because they seem really complex or technical. So we're going to be trying to use our infographic capacity in our city to explain things like what is distribution system planning, what's grid modernization. The other thing I'll say is that while this is our engagement plan right now, we are open to suggestions on things to do to enhance the plan. We know, for example, that there are a lot of people who've been really involved in this process from the get-go, and by nature of the number of people we think who are going to participate in listening sessions, we may have to limit the participation time to 2 minutes, which may not be very satisfactory for people who have been really engaged. So one of the things we've talked about is having another potential session where people would have, who have been engaged on all sides of this issue, would have a little bit of longer time to present, but that's still in the thought stages at this point. We have not fleshed out any particular details. That's what I had to present, and I'm more than happy to take questions. I know Sam and Bob and Tom, all of whom have been part of these discussions, are also in this meeting and may be able to answer some questions as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Sarah. I look forward to our exchange with the community and hearing what the community thinks we should have front and center as we move forward. Would any council members like to ask questions, make a comment? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Sarah. I think we'll consider that.
Just had a quick comment. I wanted to, sorry, I haven't turned my camera on. I just wanted to thank Sarah for putting this together in such a short amount of time, this thorough process, as well as learning from the open space master plan and following the same terminology so that people begin to understand that, and that windows open and close, and that we'll move on to the next step. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, I agree with that. It was, you were given very little time to work with, and you've come together with a pretty full and robust program. So thank you. So if there are no questions or comments on this subject, I think we are finished with the business we had before us. Does anyone have any comments or feedback about the meeting itself? Okay, seeing none, I'll gavel the meeting closed at 11:01. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Live from Paris, on France 24.